Welcome to the Metro Card Club. Welcome to the Metro Card Club.
That's much better.
Nine fold. Six fold. Seven lyrics.
Welcome to the live stream. Let's get a sound check going in here. Weekend
190
special.
total.
Another weekend special. Only special on weekends. 400K guaranteed.
Eight
Final
fold.
day. Final table. And get through our cast of characters. There's a colorful cat right there in seat number 2. Get to know them as we go along. We're checking in. Let's
One fold.
share the stream because new players is good players. And best way to get new players is to get them to watch the stream. Here we go. Should be on right now. Metro weekend special 400K guaranteed final day. Waiting for feedback from our tech team. We are live streaming. Tell me if it's sounding good. Let me know in the comments. First few viewers coming in, welcome to the stream. You don't get a prize for being first, but I was saying, share the stream. Let's get some new eyeballs onto this game we love from the card room that we grew up in, the Metro Card Club, the home of Philippine Poker Champions. And oh my God, that's a Martin G sighting on the table, looking good on the final table. Let's see what we got here. Here we go. Hear the voice of Martin G in C3, one of the more decorated players in the Philippine poker industry, one of the top of the top. If you look at the winningest list and go through the names randomly with the most familiar ones, kicking multiple on seat 8. We got Robert Holiday, seat 2. Couldn't be dressed more touristy than Robert Holiday. Check out Robert Holiday. See what we are allowed to know about him. There you go. Looks to be from England. And the casual player. He's had a couple of live cashes. Both of them in Nottingham. So, welcome to Manila, Mr. Holiday. Let's see how you like the action here. That's Robert Holiday, Nottingham. We got Robert here, and we've got Martin G tournament live on the line. Pocket sevens against Ace Jack offsuit. Just a typical conflict. Flipping for the life sevens, holding up so far on the flop. Martin G looking to double up here. Queen so far, a lot of diamonds on the board. The Jack of Diamonds is a spoiler. If it does not come to sevens, hold up. Double up for Martin G, who entered the final table with 265,000. Well over half a million now. You can see that the average stack is 616,000. So most of them are below that because a couple of cats here have 1 million. That's the Earl Mendoza, 1.1 million. And Jap Manalo, Japet, with 1.45 million. Those are the two chip leaders at this table. Again, you're watching the final table, final day of the Metro Weekend Special. 400K guaranteed. We got 555,000 in the prize pool this time. 370 entries to this event. So here we go. In the +1, Robert Holiday. Not Holiday as in he's on holiday. It's spelled Halliday. Look him up. So he opens with a limp, which is how someone wearing that colorful of a shirt is expected to play. Very touristy approach to this game with the open limp from the +1. Last week we also had an interesting player with that similar strategy. Played a very wide range and limped the hell out of them. So we got Rotman here. Rotman, of course, is Romel Calderon. Not the first time we've seen him here. He's going to limp along. The blinds are 10K, 20K with 20K BB ante. Somebody's got to squeeze the life out of these limpers. Who's going to do it? Triffy's playing. Why not? He's in the small blind. Got a discount. 10-6 offsuit. Doesn't matter. Julius. He's going to get a free look. Julius Orculio in the big blind. Just has to check his option. Can flop with 10-5 offsuit. Let's see what he gets. 3 10s in the hands of the players. Put a 10 out there. Nope. It goes ace, 3-6, rainbow. Rotman's in the lead. Pairing his ace. Nobody else except Triffy has hit the board. Triffy's hit the middle pin. Got 10-6. There's a 6 on the board. And nobody's raised, so no one has initiative. So first vet will be Rotman with his paired ace.
5 bet 50,000.
50,000, half the pot is the bet. Wonder if Triffy wants to come along here. With all these limpers in the pot, of course, experience will tell you if anyone has an ace, it's a small one, probably a suited ace. It's kind of hands players like to limp in with. But Triffy's not going to give up to one bet. Going to see what's up. He has the middle pair as expected. Triffy and Rotman into the turn. It's a meaningless king. Robert would have hit the king, but he's not in the hand anymore, is he? No king in play here. Just ace for a 6. Goes check, check. After Rodman skipped the street, try to take his hand to showdown. Both of them just try to get the showdown. They think they have a showdown-worthy hand. And Triffy's got the worst of it. Rodman's going to take this one down. Nice spot. He managed to get another extra 50,000 into it. You see Rodman moving up there from the bottom of the heap. Oh, shout out to Ramil Mingo. Wow, where you been, man? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're still in a lot of online tables and live ones. Good to see Ramil Mingo, one of the OG game organizers. One of those unsung heroes of the poker industry who got games going when nobody else was willing to do it. And Wilbert has a question, PPM related question. Can we play the second ticket one on GG Poker in live event? Okay, let me get this clear.
5,000.
The GG Poker is called an on live event. It's online to live. So you play day one online, and then you play it live. So I guess your question, Milbert, if you can clarify later, did you win a satellite seat to an on live event? Or did you play a day one? I don't think you have. That hasn't been played yet. Maybe you have. Did you play a day one on live event? The online, huh? On live with a V. If so, then you go straight to day two. So what seat did you win? Probably a satellite seat. If you want a satellite seat, I am 90% sure it is for the on live event and not a satellite to the live. Other apps offer satellite to the live, so if you win on X Poker online, that seat is for the live game at the Metro Card Club. All right, back to the action, and back to that question later when we get some clarification. Let's go, Martin G says. Mr. De La Cruz, why not? Who wouldn't root for Martin G on any table? So Rotman wins there without seeing a flop. Making moves. You know he can make moves. We've seen him on a lot of these final tables. Both also seen him in the majors. So here's a guy who's always swinging. He's always in the field. One of the regulars of this tournament circuit. All right, I'll get clarification to Milbert's question in a bit. Let's see the action for now, and we'll get back to that.
Six, seven, eight, fold.
Hold the phone. Triffy's got two kings in his hands. And folded them. He's open for 50K, trying to make it look standard. 10K, 20K are the blinds. Jasper, arrow, everything but one chip. That chip's going in. 3-bet to 155. Last stand for Jasper here, and why not with ace queen offsuit? Who can blame him? Insta shove by Trippy. Insta call with the last chip by Jasper. Oh, it's not even a race. It's a 3-outer. Jasper's tournament life on the line. Jasper entered the final table with 280K. Not looking good here. Needs to spike one of those 3 aces on the deck. Is it this one? Why not? Why wait for the river when you can hit it on the turn? And just like that, Jasper's double up. Trippy Montalban. His kings are upended. Not an ace on the river, but an ace on the turn. And Jasper still in this tournament. Still 9 players left. Trippy is now on the bottom. Still got 17 bigs. Not that deep a hole. And for Milbert, I think you can TM me and we'll figure this out. But for the benefit of those listening, my best guess is if you play on GG and you win a satellite seat worth 27.5, chances are that seat is still for their on live day one. On live meaning day one is online. If you make it through, you will play day two live all the way to the end.
6, 7, fold.
Now, if you win your seat on X Poker, then that seat will take you to day one live at the Metro Card Club or at Masters. But all roads eventually lead to day two all the way to the final table at the Metro Card Club for the Philippine Poker Millions. Well, look what we have here. Rotman's open from under the gun with pocket tens, Martin G. In the big blind with sevens. He doubled up with sevens earlier, but he was a short stack. Now he's kind of a middle stack. He's going to play this differently. Not as fast, just makes the call. 2 players into the flop. Sevens getting crushed by tens right now. Will the flop bring drama? A little bit. 3 clubs on the board should slow everyone down. Plus gives Martin a chance to actually spike a club and take the lead. Excuse me, I got a cold. Rotman with a very, very standard continuation bet. Just a couple of big blinds big, which is fan of GTO. GTO standard for these kind of board textures. It's enough to mean nothing and everything. And for Martin G, he is not going to draw a 7 high flush draw. Now think about the hands that bet there. Hands with an ace bet there. And the single club hands bet there. And all these single club hands probably have a club bigger than a 7 of clubs. So Martin G is one and done. Not a good texture. No 7 there. Off we go to the next hand. 12 minutes to go in this level. These are 30-minute levels. You're now on level 24. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. The Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final table. All right, well, we got Robert Holiday all in with suited AC Doocy on the button. Don't see Jasper willing to call this. Don't know Jasper. I missed the action. What is 6-3 even doing in that spot? Jasper taking the crack. Robert Holiday takes it down. Nine's Trippy's all in. Why not? He's bottom of the heap. Trying to get a caller here. I mean, it's okay to win the blinds and antes, but you're trying to make headway here. You want to double up. You want to get called. But who's got the hand to call with? Nobody. Maybe the big blind. Indeed, maybe the big blind. You can't afford it. It's pretty steep a price to go flipping with force against Thrifty. He's got a pretty solid range. If Earl calls and it doesn't work out for him, he's going to be down to 800. Thrifty will be up to 600. That's just too close a gap. Chip leader wanna stay chip leader. So yeah, I don't mind him passing here. We understand.
Pasta ka muna. Pasta ka muna. May technical issue. Tapos punta ka daw dun sa medyo. Hello?
Forgive me. I got pollinated today. Got a wicked allergy just for breathing. Speaking of breathing, still a lot of breathing room for these cats. Really, none of them are below that 10 dB mark.
Problem daw sa live stream.
All right, well, so we're just going to sort out a few things. Got issues with the camera cycle. So they're just going to sort that out. And take this time to share the live stream. I keep saying you share the live stream, we reach new viewers. We reach new viewers. They like what they see. We create new players. And new players is good players for the industry. Because every one of us saw poker on TV and we turned into new players, and that's why we're still here today. The game we love. Action resumes. Saw the deal resume. We got Julius raising 50K. We might get action here from Martin G. Martin G might play this a little slow. He's spent the time bank just to try to determine the correct course of action. He's facing raise. Probably 3-bet is the way, but he is in position. Might think he can outplay Julius post flop. Decides, you know what? When in doubt, if it's close, fold. So, fold is the answer. Julius is now got to deal with the button. Rotman, will he be adventurous with 6-3 of spades on the button? All right. It's a couple of gut shots here. One needs a 10, one needs a jack. Interesting. Whoever pairs up, gonna lose. Oh, looking interesting. Now an open ender. JM can hit the bottom end of this one. JM checks this one. And Julius, they're wearing the hat that I cannot read on a live stream. That's blank for everybody. Should be interesting. River, Queen High gets Jack High. First to bet wins. And chances are, someone goes check and the player in position is going to bet because you must. Why would you try to get the showdown with Queen High? Although in this case, you can see Queen High is what I like to call the strongest miss because Ace and King are on the board. But he has to bet anyway. Why try to win a showdown with Queen High? You can just bet and take the pot down. And they don't get to see your card until after 20 minutes when they review the delay on this live stream. But as the table dynamics go, the less hands you show, the better. Good evening, Jeffrey. This is Coach Ron covering for the infamous Jester Incha. Jester Incha, medyo has to be somewhere really important. But shout out pa rin. And of course, kay Martin G. Ang bata ko dyan. Martin G. Idol na marami. Good to see him. We get a chance to watch him play. Okay, what's going on here? Bunch of folds, folded around. Can't get enough of the loud shirt on Robert Holiday. Such a pleasure to see this much color on the screen. Usually poker players are just wearing black or white. Can get pretty dull on the eyes. But his bet is as loud as the shirt. It's all in for 490,000. Open shove with 6-9 offsuit. These guys have been playing for a couple of days. We don't know what kind of table image they have built into each other. Let's see if Robert gets respect here. He does. Who's going to mess around for 490,000? Robert has taken a precarious move that's paid off. Hey, anybody picks up a pocket pair jacks or higher, he's going to see action. But then again, that's 10% of the time only. 90% of the time, nobody wants to call you, take it down. So, profit for that move by Robert Holiday. A couple of live cashes in his name. Must be playing out of Nottingham, England. The rest of the guys, local favorites. Top grinders of the Metro Card Club in Pasig. Back here at this weekend special 400K guaranteed final table. Jasper folds, pocket kings for Robert. Hey, make it the same move. Let's see. He's open shoved the 6-9 offsuit. And he's open shoved the pocket kings. I like the balance. Garbage or gold looks the same to the untrained eye. But I'm not going to call it. Just begging for somebody to look him up. Maybe this time I got nothing. Who knows? But as we can see, nobody's got the cards to look him up with. Maybe somebody will pick up ace X, some kind of Broadway hand. No, folded all the way around to the big blind. Who has Jack 7 off? It's in the muck. Minimum gain. And he shows. I don't like that. You can't not show 6-9 and then show kings. Just don't show either. Robert advertising his shove strength. Players will pick up. If you sometimes show and sometimes don't show, they're going to pick up. Go on to the next hand. The blinds have gone up. You can see fresh 30-minute countdown down to 27 minutes. On this level 25, the blinds are 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 BB ante. We are BB ante all the way to the end. Come on, Robert, pocket four, same move, let them know. And he's all in again. Like the balance, as I said, he just showed pocket kings. Rotman with 450k, he does not need this headache. He is covered. Ask he's covered, answered is yes, he has more chips than Rotman. Rotman calls and loses, he's out. Robert Holiday has just shown pocket kings previously. Pocket kings were tabled when he was not called. Could this be a lot weaker? Yeah, I like to fold by Rotman. Earl has an ace and nothing much behind it. So that's in the muck. This would be the third pot in a row that Robert Holiday has open shoved with, I expect, no callers. Why would Julius call with king high in this spot? He's got almost 20 BBs, does not need this stress. And that's 3 in a row for Robert Holiday. Why not make it 7 in a row? If nobody is willing to call your open shoves. And you know, they say it works every time but the last time. So far, 3 pots in a row. But you know what? With no callers, he's only pocketing an extra 50k. Well, with the blinds up, he's pocketing 60k. Quick look at a little cell phone with a 30-second countdown. That is the shot clock. Players have 30 seconds to act. When it gets to their turn, the dealer will trigger it. If they take more than 30 seconds, they have to give the dealer one of those yellow cards, which is a time bank. Gives you an extra 30 seconds. You run out of time banks, and you run out of time, your card is dead. Your hand is dead. So time banks are precious, and quick decisions must be made most of the time. 4th pot in a row. Robert Holiday is all in. The hand's getting weaker and weaker, but still viable. And as long as no one calls, maybe Japheth will think it's time to look him up. This is the 4th in a row. Japheth will not tangle with 8s. You know, it keeps working. Keep doing it. Robert Holiday might go one whole orbit shoving every time. 4 in a row now. Looks like still no callers. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Another 60k into the stack for Robert Holiday. Just like that. Good enough for 3rd. Not quite close yet to the 1 million mark, where the top 2 players are. No, he is winning the minimum, but he's winning pots, and that's going to keep him ahead of the blinds, and also set up that he might get called later. Every time he takes these pots, the next shove he makes gets bigger and more uncallable. He under the gun. Yeah, this time Robert Holiday's in the big blind. Let's see if he likes getting shoved into. Hold it round to the hijack. Still garbage. Triffy in the cutoff. He opens. It's only a positional open. And same with Julius with even a worse hand, the Dolly Parton. Julius or Julio will not play it. So we have a battle of the blinds. Hey, why not shove into him? Nope. Jasper's going to complete. Robert's going to shove. Come on. 5 in a row. Let's go. Yeah. 5 shoves in a row. Maybe 4 of them were legit. Maybe 3 were legit for sure. The 4th one, not so much. The 5th one, definite garbage. This is one of the legit ones. Ace King offsuit. He wants to get called so they can see that he's shoving with top of his range. He's going to show this one. I think he's going to show this one. Yep, he shows this one, and that is giving away too much information, sir. He didn't show 6-9 off. He didn't show pocket fours. He's only showed kings and ace kings. So, he's basically advertised that sometimes he has it, but more often than not, it's not as great. But the point remains, it has worked. 5 hands in a row. Robert Holiday has open shoved and taken it down uncontested. Also neutralizing any advantage of like a player like Martin G might bamboozle you and ihiluhin ka niya post-flop. Pero if you're all in pre-flop, he can't use that advantage, can he? Yeah, when in doubt, if you don't want to get outplayed, just go all in every hand. High risk, high reward. All right. This time JM opens. Gonna block any open shoves by Robert Holiday. Maybe. He's already raised it to 50,000. Now it's folding around to the blinds. Robert Holiday in the small blind. Will probably take a break now, but I'd love to see him go all in for the 6th hand in a row. No, he's changed it up. This time he's just calling with King 7 suited. Martin G, 25K, 6-1 odds to call with 6-9 offsuit in the big blind. Does he like those odds? Nope, too volatile, too weak a hand. So it's going to be heads up. Robert with a 2 overs, suited as well. And the flop is coming right now. King 6, trips for Robert. This might be worth one small bet to jam before he shuts it down completely. And Robert Holiday, just by calling here, pretty much shuts JM down, but he's already gone all in. No way JM is going to call this. He's got so much chips left to play for. You're only calling this if you're sick of Robert shoving. But if you have any sense left, this is uncallable. Robert played it. And he shows it again. This is definitely a gift to his fellow players. See, the thing is, if you show your strong hands and you don't show your weak hands, some players have the ability to connect what you look like when you were strong and confirm it. So now they got to tell on you. They say, oh, he showed his strong hand and he looked like this when he was strong. Oh, he didn't show that hand and he looked like this when he didn't show that hand. So now they know this is what you look like when you're strong, this is what you look like when you're not strong. Why give them clues? You know, don't give them anything. The top pros will figure you out. That's what you want to do is help them. Yeah, what I'm saying is don't show. Don't ever show. If you're playing for fun and you want to be entertaining and you want to be, a crowd favorite, then by all means show and talk a lot of table talk. If you're trying to win, don't show. All right, here we go. Can anyone not named Robert Holiday take down a pot in the foreseeable future? He's gone all the way up to 875K. He's on the button now. He's gonna raise. Not a shove this time, just a decent one. Four times the big blind to 100,000. Open the door for someone who might want to outplay him by going over the top of him. But with the way these guys are playing with caution, maybe Robert's figured out if they're going to be too careful, they're never going to engage. And more dead money for me. That's tablets going amok. Another pod for Robert Holiday. Now 935,000 chip count. Good for third overall. We'll confirm that. Yes, but creeping in on the two chip leaders. Getting the action there. If you're with ace, queen, and the +1 open shove, why not small stack? Might get action from Julius. Why not? Pocket jacks. I mean, you gotta have a godly read to throw this away facing a short stack shove. Short stack shove has a wider range than usual. So, open shove for trivia, ace, queen offsuit, Julius with the pocket jacks. Gonna try to bust him. And who else wants to come along for the ride? I don't think anyone's coming along, so let's settle this mano y mano between Fifi Montebon and Julius Orculio. Both of them short stacks, and both of them cannot be blamed for making a play with the hands that they have. Hey, which one of these is Bucky? We got someone railing for Bucky. All right. Sheriffy's got ace queen offsuit, his tournament life on the line, and that is indicated by the all-in triangle next to his hand. Pocket jacks in the lead, plus Julius has 50 covered. So even if he loses this, he will have 70K in chips left. Let's see how it goes. It's the race, and the race is all but over. Top set for Julius on the flop. Jack 2-3 rainbow. It's got to be what? Running straight only. Running kings will not do it. Running queens will not do it. It's got to be. He could be drawing that on the turn. He is not. He's got a gut shot to one of those 2 10s left in the deck. This will be a minor miracle if it happens. It does not. Trippy Montebon eliminated in 9th place. Well, good shove. Good shot to double up. Didn't work out. That's tournament poker for you. And then there were 8. All right, we just lost Trippy, who was in seat 8 at vacant spot next to Julius. Julius took his chips. Queen Jack of Hearts this time. Julius figures, I think I'm a little hot. Let's do a heat check. He raises to 50K, double the big blind. You know, wearing a hat like this, I'm getting Woody vibes from Jasper. Jasper's all in for 220. Trying to 3-bet over the 50K of Julius. Trying to look strong there, saying, look, you know this is callable, but I'm doing it anyway. That's the meta. Jasper's trying to sell that his 3-bet is strong and will not get called. Julius wants 70K to call. He is behind. He's only got queen high. He asked for a count. Like the timing here by Jasper. Not because it's king 8, it's a trash hand, but because it represents hella strength. The shove over an undergun opener a lot. In fact, do not do that. So, nice timing, I think, on that move. That's Jasper board. Kenna in seat 1. So he rips a small pot away from Julius. Trying to stay within striking distance of the midfield. He is at the bottom now, back of the pack. Dr. On here covering for Jester Insha, bringing you the weekend special 400K final day, final table. Excuse my sniffling. The weather changes a lot. And I'm old. Uh-oh. Why does he have 4 cards? That's a misdeal right there. Okay. I think the dealer might have dealt. Why would he deal him 4 cards? Opportunity to tell our viewers, please share the stream. The more you share, the more chances we're going to reach new viewers. These new viewers could turn into new poker players, which means fresh meat. I mean, we just love to share the game we love, and we don't want it to be just us till the end of our days, do we? So this is why we live stream, so you guys can share it, we can reach new viewers, make new players, and keep the game going. Guys on the final table will inspire a host of casual players who will come out of their home games and go to the Metro Card Club to try the real thing. And it can change some lives. All right, Jasper, under the gun, limp in. Not a fan when he has just about 12 bigs. Could use a bit more decisiveness, but let's see how this works out. Yeah, it's not going to work out for Jasper because Japet's definitely going to pump this up. And I don't know if Jasper can call after limping in if Japet pumps it up a lot. He is second in command here. Number 2 biggest stack on the table. Well, if Jasper's limping to call, how much is he willing to call? Japet's made it 110. Which means Jasper is putting in almost a third of his stack to try to spike a set. Not a good proposition for something that happens one time in 8.5. Odds are against Jasper flopping a set. So if he calls here and folds when he doesn't make the set, that's called dead money. I say goodbye to the threes. You play them super strong by shoving free, or don't play them at all at this stage, or maybe play them to a minimum race. But you know what? Sometimes you just want to open fold. 2 threes under the gun, just pretend you didn't see them. In the muck at a tourney final table. Also simultaneously should be live streaming on YouTube. Benefit of watching on YouTube, you can scroll back and see what you missed. Not a feature now on FB Live. Folded to cut off. JM opens with ace 10 off suit. Pretty standard open, double the big blind. See what happens. He's only got 260,000, so definitely had it stacked been shorter, open shoving would be an option, but he's chosen to play it this way for now. Cutoff is a pretty late position, so he might feel like he can play post flop. Well, Jasper's got odds to defend from the big blind with his little suited ace, ace six of diamonds. Put an ace on the board, it's gonna be trouble. Well, Jasper's hit the ace, got running diamonds as part of his projected outs. He checks this one, but definitely can call one street. For JM, not a great board to see bet on. It doesn't hit his perceived range. He's perceived to have a range of Broadway cards and sometimes pocket pairs. 9-3-6 does not really hit a lot of that range, but he C bets anyway. Jasper's gonna just finish it off here. Take a stand with his six. He's up against a lot of ace X hands, and which is exactly what JM's got right now. So I love this move by Jasper. Not just gonna call here and then get a scary turn card and give up. So he's decided check raise all in, being that a lot of players will continuation bet the flops with nothing, which means it's gonna work a lot of times. Even if Jasper completely missed, he can make this move because the board 9-3-6 doesn't really hit JM all that much. And he's snap calling with tens and up, but most other cards. What Jasper's done here is he's made it look like he maybe has a spade draw, and that's the only reason that JM will consider calling him here. If it looks like he's, playing max aggro with a spade draw, the JM can catch him and beat him with ace high. But there's other draws, 7-8, 7-8 could have played, 4-5 could have played. But ultimately, even those draws could hit a pair on him and smash his ace high hand. So nice move, nice fold, well played by both gentlemen. Only thing I would change is maybe not see bet that kind of texture. But for balance, maybe Jam wants to see bet all textures. So every player has a different line that they take for different situations, and we don't always know the context of why they're taking that line in that specific situation, because we're just watching the final table. They played each other for days. Yes, we're railing from Jasper. Jasper is in seat 1. Entered the final table with 280k. Man, how time flies. This could be the last hand of this level, which means we're going blinds up in the next hand. It's 40 seconds left in this one. 10k, 25k with a 25k BB ante. Oh, it's crippling me. Martin G hasn't had a hand in a while. He did start pretty short stack at the final table, but already managed to double up with pocket sevens earlier. Rotman. It's time to make a move with 9-8 off. I think there are a ton of better spots than this. And Rotman agrees, and he folds it. Looking at Earl Mendoza. That is a kick-ass jacket or hoodie he's wearing. With these stars, 3 stars, and the sun. Love it. Well, Jam's all in with Queen 10 off, being that it was folded to him. Why not? He's got less than 10 bigs. Figures to take one here. Let's see if Jasper's willing to look him up. Joseph Michael Avellino. Is that JM? Or is JM Jaffet Manala? No, it's Joseph Michael Avellino. In seat 6 and now seat 1. Jasper Rosena is trying to make a decision. I don't like calling it A7, neither does he. Robert Holliday's been quiet after about half an hour ago when he took 6 spots in a row. Settled in. And not willing to call this one. Nice little steal by JM. Team there collecting the loot. And you see him here, still bottom of the heap, 265K. Still got a little hill to climb to reach the chip leaders. That hill got steeper because we are blinds up now, 15,000. 15,000 small blind, 30,000 big blind, 30,000 ante to be paid by the big blind as well. If you're big blind, you're losing 60K before a card is even dealt. Here we go, Rotman under the gun, Jack 8 of clubs. He's facing the big blind next, and always got to consider looking to the left, see if any player is interested in the hand, but it's a tough read to make when you're first to act. JM, second hand in a row, all in, can't blame him. King 10, suited Broadway hand, and it's folded to him, so he has what Dan Harrington christened as first in vigorish. That's when there is no action to you. You get to move into the pot first. And that is what JM has done with his first in vigorish. That's for the dealer button. He couldn't call with ace-7. What makes king queen any better? The fact that you might have two overcards to a small pocket pair. That's what makes it a little better to call than with ace-7, which might be dominated. So king queen could be live, ace-7 not so much. So Jasper's calling all in with king queen. And he will be pleased to discover that JM is dominated. 3 outs to the 10. That's what he's going to have to spike to stay in the tourney. His tournament life is at stake here. Jasper dominating JM. If the board comes 2 pairs, we're going to chop with the king kicker. But as it stands, he needs that 10, and one of them's been folded. Oh, here's the first of 2 pairs. An 8 and a 3 will stop. A 10 will win. It is none of the above, and JM is out of here. As Jasper's king queen holds up all the way to the bitter blank end. And it's an 8th place finish for Joseph Michael Avellino. And we now have 7 players left in this weekend special 400K guaranteed final day. The most colorful one being Robert Holiday, a guest from Nottingham, I presume. And the most renowned player at this table is Martin G, sitting there next to Robert Holiday. The most imposing, two most imposing presences at the table right now. Where table talk cam is, it's a little sus right now. Yeah, definitely. Sounds like it's coming through McDonald's Wi-Fi. I can sort that out. Back to the action. I hope my audio's coming in good. So, we see Japhet opening the pot for double the big blind, 60,000. We're going to see some opposition folding. Will Robert want to play here in position? No, it's a dominated ace. Martin G knows better than to flat with 10-6 off in the small. So he's out, and Rotman's got garbage. You know what they say, if meron kang queen 2, the response is wala, 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 wala. Put it in the muck, sir. And uncontested pot goes to Japhet, who is a chip leader, sniping at these spots and building a stack some more. Got that significant chip lead, 1.5 million. No one else has a million. And next deal, 7 players left. Of course, as part of the cash prize pool, it's also augmented by seats to the Philippine Poker Million. Millions. 50 million guaranteed prize pool. That's happening in August. You don't know what rock have you been hiding in. Let me lift that rock up and give you a poster. Go to the Metro page. Should be a page information on the Philippine Poker Millions. Probably the biggest event we're going to be playing locally in the history of Philippine poker. All right, Robert Holiday's back at it. The usual shenanigans, open shove, a gross amount, 875,000. Callable only by the top 5% of hands, which means 95% of the time he's taking that pot uncontested. He doesn't show this one, huh? Shows when it's strong, doesn't show when it's weak. So then you get to match body language, facial expression with what could be strong, what could be weak. Gotta keep watching, gotta keep observing. If you're a poker player, it's very tiring. You don't just sit there and fold and expect to win. You gotta study your opposition. In a game of incomplete information, the winner is the one who is the best at gathering and interpreting that information. Julius Queen 9 offsuit under the gun does not need to play. Robert Holiday, King Jack offsuit. Why not open shove this one as well? Hey, wants to change it up and makes it a min raise. Late-ish position coming in from the hijack. Martin G folds the suited rags. Rotman can only three better fold with this awful hand. Earl in a tough spot in the small blind. You want to defend, but the big blind might squeeze. Pop quiz, what do you do? Gives it up to Jaffet. If he can defend, he is the chip leader. And for the first time, we got opportunity to play Robert Holiday post flop because he's been shoving free all the other times. Jaffet might want to try him in a post flop confrontation, but the hand's not great. It's 8 high. But he's got the currency, and he's going to use it. Jaffet out of position. Robert, the razor. They both miss. Let's see if Robert's got a continuation bet in him. Double checks his hand and does not see bet this one. Missed opportunity. Jaffet might. Well, he would have taken it away on a meaningless turn card, but the ace means a lot. Good smash right into Robert's raising range. Robert can easily bluff this now. It's more likely that Robert has an ace in Jaffet, but Robert misses the opportunity. He checks that one as well. Jaffet, I don't know, he can just give up here. Check, fold. Let's see if he tries to stab the pot here. You don't want to go to showdown with 8 high, but then he hasn't invested much. He will take the showdown. It is check, surrender, but Robert does not feel good trying to win a showdown with king high, so he bets anyway just for good measure. And Jaffet folds, and nobody has to see Robert's nothing hand here. Nice pot there. I think a bet would have taken it down sooner, like on the turn. The ace was a great card to bet on. That worked out for Robert Holiday, who's moving on up, might be second overall now as he makes a dent on the chip leader. Robert Holiday, Jack 9 offsuit folded him. He folds as well, taking a break. Martin G again with a 8-5. Row is card dead. Rotman in the cutoff folds. Earl on the dealer button. Looks like it's going to be battle of the blinds. Unless the dealer button wants to improvise. Nope. And what's a Jaffet do? Blind versus blind. You are the chip leader. Do you give free walk or do you apply pressure? The answer is pressure. I love it. 9-5 offsuit. It doesn't matter what you have. It's small blind versus big blind. He makes it 105,000 just to give Julius a reason to fold. He's got 7 high. He folds, and that is how you play blind versus blind. Don't just give a guy a walk. Take his chips. And the chip leader stays on top of the heap. This time it's Robert Holiday in second. And he has made quite some progress since we started the final table. Already lost 2 players here, down to 7. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. This is the Metro Weekend Special 400K Guaranteed Final Table. Coach Ron here covering for the much-loved Jester Insha, who unfortunately has to attend to some business. Rotman into hijack, 7-3 of diamonds. Not going to do it. Earl won't play with 10-8 off. Jaffet, will he play with queen 3 off? Folded to him on the button. He is the chip leader. He can make things happen. I mean, you're watching the action of the final table. You've seen players tend to fold a lot pre-flop, and that's what Robert Holiday's been taking advantage of. So Jaffet also going to try to take advantage. He opens from the button. Even though it's a trashy hand, it is a great position. And him being chip leader, he's always threatening your tournament life. Sometimes, though, the player in the big blind has something. And for Jasper, it's a choice. Flat call, go set mine, or stick it in his face. He chooses the flat call, which means Jaffet might outplay him post-flop depending on how dry the board gets. Ace King 6 favors Jaffet's range. You can see he doesn't have it, but Jasper doesn't know that. And this is a scary flop if you have pocket nines. Jasper checks. It's a great spot to bet for Jaffet. Most hands that raise will hit this ace or king, and that will be a nightmare to continue for the nines. Can Jasper call 1 bet? He cannot. I think he might have. He should have, maybe. You know, in the comments you can tell me. But mostly play that more aggressively. It's really not a cash game strategy. I mean, it's more cash game strategy to try to flat, set mine, and get paid. But in a tourney, there's more urgency. If you can take that money right away, then you take it. And Jasper had an opportunity there, but he did not take it. I think shoving over that, yeah, sometimes you get called by 10. Sometimes you get called by ace king, ace queen, and you double up. But most of the time, you'll just take the pot uncontested because it was a button raise. And a button raise is so much wider raise. Like if you're a chip leader and you raise on the button because no one has raised, it could be anything. It's not necessarily this. It could be a lot of garbage in there, which means 3 bet away, my friend. That is Feliciano shouting out Robert Holiday. Very entertaining player so far. Loving his choices. Earl with pocket 6s. It is in the late position. Early, you might want to fold this. He's got the stack. Earl, a close 3rd place. The world chip lead, I like the raise. 75,000. Can win outright. Can fold the 3 bet. A lot of options open here for Earl. Robert Holiday with queen 3 of diamonds in the big blind. Can he defend? Reaches for the white chips. Those are worth 5K apiece. And it looks like a call has been made. Robert will defend with queen three of diamonds against the pocket sixes of Earl. Earl is in position and has initiative. Flop comes king, king five. Good flop for Earl. It's not often Robert's going to hit that king, and if he hits that five, it doesn't matter. The sixes are ahead. Love to see a bet here. Even a third of the pot will do it. You're going to see a little more than that. Closer to half. He bets 100,000, and that should be all she wrote. Nice continuation by Earl to take it down. Good flop extra to do it with. And Earl has retaken second place. That table odds is really sounding like it's coming through potato servers. Off to the next deal we go. Rotman is under the gun with king, queen off. At 320,000. That's just under 11 big blinds his name. Want to make a move here. And he's going to make a move. It's got to be a big one. But he just makes it a raise to 70,000 for Earl. Ooh, awful position. Really early to be flatting here. Cannot guarantee he'll be heads up if he flat calls here. If he three bets, he might want to put Rodman all in. Otherwise, just fold it. Let's see which of the three choices he makes. And the fold is the prudent option. Let the others deal with him. Julius with king queen as well. Same hand. But you can race with it, but you can't call with it. So it's in the muck. Jasper, 8-3 of spades in the muck. Robert Holiday trying to check the stack of what's behind. We can see it's 250 more. Let's figure out, like, if you call the 70, how much more trouble are you asking for? And the answer is 250K behind. Never mind, he says. Martin G with the pretty much the exact same hand that Robert Holiday just folded. So, first in, nobody calls, takes it down. So Rodman staves off the bleeding, but the chips he won is going right back in the middle because he's now the big blind and has to pay the big blind ante. He took down 75, 60K came right back out. Such is the life of tournament poker. Your chips are constantly being forced into the middle, so you gotta keep moving. Queen 10 offsuit for Earl under the gun. Sitting on a million chips, great position, does not need to go on any random adventure right now with still 7 players to go. Jasper in midfield with 635,000. No hand to play with, so he's gonna just chill. Nobody's more chill than Robert Holiday in the cool shirt. 6-3 of hearts, all in is the move. Will this be the time he gets caught? He's never been seen with a garbage hand yet. When he did get called, he'd show the good ones. And the bad ones he never had to show. This is one of the bad ones. All in pre-flop yet again with Rotman in the big blind. It's for his tournament life. It is enough pressure, I think. But Rotman smells something fishy. He's going to call a meeting to discuss. And it's a fold anyway. Great pressure by Robert. And that's how you stay ahead of the blinds. Did he show this one? Yep, he did show it. Table reacts. Lucky 9. So now he's showing garbage as well. Now I like the balance. If you're gonna show him all. If you're not gonna show him all, don't show any. Keep it balanced, or else they might figure something out about you. It's too bad. I really want to hear this table talk, but it's coming out garbled and sounding like brain rot. Sounds like I'm underwater trying to listen to somebody speak. But we can hear the dealer clearly. Folded to the dealer button. Martin G has not been active for too long. Gotta wake up now. He's back down to he was all the way up to 560, close to 600K. Back down to 285. He is in Shovesville. Folded to him on the button. Easy decision. Just shove it. Take the dead money. And Martin G just waiting for better opportunities. That was one of them. He is down there with Rotman, bottom of the barrel. Couple players, Julius and Jasper. The Jays in the midfield. And the top three players, of course, Robert Holiday, Earl Mendoza, and Japet Manalo. 7 minutes left on this level. Might play maybe 5 more hands. This is hand 33 of the final table of the Metro Weekend Special. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club, and by live streaming in poker parlance, we are streaming with a delay, a security delay of 20 minutes, so don't even think that these players can watch the stream and know what they have. They cannot. And there are no devices on the table anyway. All right, Jasper's raised to 70,000 from seat 1. No callers, takes it down. See this disparity there. Bottom 2 players have half what the middle has, and the middle has half what the top has. Lines are still 15,000, 30,000, and will be so for the next 6 minutes. Shout out, good luck to Japet Manala from Philippine team player Benji Chok Manga. And shout out to Jester Incha, who has found time to grace us in the chat. Robert Holiday, all in pre-flop with pocket 5s. He might get a caller this time. Martin G's got to conduct a little job interview. It's call or nothing, because he's already covered. It'd be a good hand to take a stand with Martin G. Robert Holiday doesn't always have him crushed. Could have a lot of lower pairs, and Martin G's willing to take that flip. Could have 6-3 of hearts like he did the last time. Martin G could catch him now. Robert Holiday has not been caught with a weak hand. Pocket 5's not a weak hand in this case. They're actually ahead of Martin G. Martin G says he'll pick a better spot. Boom! Rotman's going to catch you now. As he looks down at Pocket Kings, what are you even thinking of? Do not waste a time card for this one. He's covered. All he has to do is say call. No need for drama. And he makes the call. And that's the key for everyone else to leave the hand. Someone who is short stacked, who calmly calls all in. It's got to have the goods. So, Rotman stands to double up a lot of the time here. Close to 80% favorite over Robert's pocket 5s. Robert would be set mining here. He can hit a flush with a bunch of clubs and hit a straight with a minor miracle. But most of the time, it's going to be Rotman doubling up. Let's see how this one unfolds. No drama here. Already top set. Robert is drawing almost dead. He will need two fives in a row to beat this hand, and that's not one of them. So Rotman will double up here with the pocket kings. They finally caught Robert Holiday, and he's doubled up Rotman. Robert now down to the midfield with his 680k remaining. Uh, One of those inflection points that might change the dynamics at this final table. Anytime somebody doubles up, somebody gets crippled, somebody busts out, all of these things change how the players remaining play the game, and adjustments are going to be made. So Rotman might be playing a bit differently after this. Robert Holiday also likewise. Well, I'm willing to bet Robert Holiday keeps shoving free. Shout out from Maging Balintao. Shout out to Tropax Balintao. Trupax Balintao. And shout out to one of the OGs, Fisherman Mark, has joined us on our live stream. You guys are watching the Metro Weekend Special 400k guaranteed final day. Fisherman Mark was on the stream the last time we aired it. Missed the final table on this one. The prize pool is 555,000, well over the guarantee. 370 players played this weekend, and you're looking at the final 7 players. Gotta lose 6 more to crown a weekend champ. Lines are still 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 BB ante. That's not going to last in a minute and a half. That's going up to 20, 40, 40. Gotta do a deal, and we see chip leader on the button. Under the gun, Robert Holiday coming off a little hit. Major dent on his fender. And what did I say? I just said he will keep open shoving. And that is why I still do what I do, because we called that one. Rodman has Queen 10 off, same hand as Robert Holiday. But he cannot call with this. Robert Holiday with the, what I call the Hideka shove. Hideka standing for, I don't even care anymore. That will not look him up. Let's see if the blinds got anything. Most of the time they don't. And yet they do not. This is going to work out for Robert Holiday. Going to try to crawl his way back up. As the blinds go up, he's taking the big blind in this hand. So he won 75k, but he's forking out 80 right now. Turtle Scope says, happy Sunday, brother. Let me say happy Sunday, brothers. And Woody is in the chat. Shout out to you, my man. Solid tourney grinder in the house. Solid wood. All right, Martin G under the gun. Back to being card dead. As he nurses a small stack. Rotman just doubled up, got off the bottom. Can take a little break here. Not as urgent for him to act. Earl's got ace queen off. How does he want to play this? That is a stack of 5k chips. Should be worth 100,000. Quick holds. Jasper in the small blind. Suited one gapper. Not great for calling 100,000. But he might want to make a move on this. He saw him do it earlier. Made a move with a lousy hand because he thought it was a good opportunity to take that money. Does not do so this time. 6-9 offsuit for Robert Holiday. We saw him go all in pre-flop with this, but not phasing a raise. This is a very different situation now. Does he feel lucky? And well, he's gonna go Dirty Harry on this flop. Feeling lucky, he's gonna call with 6-9 off. See if he can spike anything against the ace queen off of Earl. Holiday making a game out of this one. It is king high, 2 clubs on the board. King 4-3. Nobody has hit. But the king is a good card to bet on if you're Earl. Robert Holiday is going to lead out, donking into this flop. And I say this every time I see it, and I say it on almost every live stream. If someone donks you in the flop, always consider raising. Because that's a blocker a lot of times. Could be a small hit. It could be a draw. It could be absolutely nothing here. More likely someone with a 4 or a king is going to check and call or check and raise. So when they donk into you like this, always consider raising. And now you know why I say this, because you've seen it in action. Earl did not decide to raise it, did not see an opportunity. Maybe saw the opportunity, but is going to look for a better opportunity there. Maybe because Robert's been playing so, not quite wild, but just a shade below wild. And you don't want to pay a guy who's playing a bit unpredictable. And unpredictable is good when you're on a poker table. So Robert Holiday mixing it up is making him very hard to play against. Rotten. An unworthy hand. 4-2 offsuit. Gonna get folded around. Even Jaffet's got to be folding this. Like we're going to the cutoff. Julius has queen 7 of spades. That's not that short, kind of in the middle, but be quiet long enough. Figures he can make a move now. It's good timing. It's a bit of a move here. Raises to 80,000. Double the big blind. Jasper gonna get out of the way. Robert Holiday in the small blind. He successfully defended earlier with a garbage hand. This time, he's in the small blind with an ace. Not gonna mess about. Martin G's in the big blind with ace king of diamonds, as it were. Fairly easy to play here. He's being asked to call, but actually only has 300 behind. Sure, he'd like to 3-bet this and get it in. So he's getting it all in here. Julius really is kind of stealing here and cannot call this. Sure, Martin G doesn't mind a call anyway. Call or fold, it doesn't matter. He's very happy with his hand and his move. Julius trying to let Martin G know that he's not stealing and needs to consider this, but we can see it's just for show. Julius cannot possibly call with queen 7 unless he thinks Martin G stealing as well. Then it's what you call over leveling. If he levels himself into calling this, You think I'm stealing. I think I'm stealing. I think you think I'm stealing. Oh, now you're lost and you just call. Let's see if Julius can find himself and save chips. Not going to be in awful shape. It's going to be a little bit of a bad shape, but there's a ton of better spots than this one. Is it because he has a chance to bust the great Martin G? Is that why he wants to call this? This Queen 7 got really sticky. There you go. He shook it off. It is now in the muck. Martin G takes a pot, and we get to say hello to one of the greats, Jojo Tech, in the chat here. You're watching the Metro Weekend Special 400K Guaranteed Final Table featuring Martin G, who just took a pot. Seven players left in this one. And players are going to take a scheduled break in 22 minutes. It's also good for us to rehydrate, to do whatever it is you like to do during breaks. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. We go under the gun to Earl with 8-6 of hearts. First to act does not need the headache right now. Japheth, the chip leader, right behind him with Queen 7 of clubs this time. What is it with Queen 7 that makes these players raise it? We don't know, but Japheth is falling for it now. It's suited. He's the chip leader, but he's not in late position. Figures if I raise here, maybe I can take a pot down. Maybe he saw that no one was interested. But Martin G has ace king again. Two hands in a row. Previous hand, Julius had Queen 7 suited, raised it, Martin G shoved all in with ace king. Now Japheth has Queen 7 suited, Martin G's in the blinds with ace king offsuit. And another shove. Plays out the exact same way. I don't see Japheth calling this. And he'll probably take less time to fold than Julius did. 495,000. You do not want to double up Martin G. Trust me on this, and they know it. You want to jab him into a corner and keep him in that corner. Japheth, 415K to call. Try to bust Martin G, holding Queen 7 of clubs. Why do they take this long? The small blind, which means it's a stronger part of Martin G's range that does this than he would have if it was the big blind. Wow, they really want to bust Martin G. They want his head as a trophy. Might be a bounty on him. And the cooler head prevails. Japheth folds it. Second pot in a row for Martin G. And it was both times a loaded pot as he took down dead money from pre-flop raisers. And there you go. Just like that, Martin G in the midfield. Actually, all of them kind of in the midfield, just a little bit below the average stack of close to 800K. A lot of guys with 600, the upper 500s. Nobody really a short stack. Blinds are 20-40. They're all above 10 BBs. And if we don't lose any players and the blinds go up, they are going to be fighting in a tighter space as we go along. Great result from Martin G in the two blind seats. Profits in the big, profits in the small. Now he has the button. And let's see if it's folded to him. What have we here? Somebody raised? Nope. That was, I think, Japheth posting the big blind and the ante. Jasper, ace jack, makes it 100,000 from the hijack. Good hand, good spot. See if the big blinds will defend. Martin G can only three bet or fold with his hand. And fold is the better option, he says. Rotman, king, queen off. Sticky, not easy to fold this one, but probably should. Once again, similar to Martin G's spot, this is three bet or fold. If he calls here, he might get sandwiched between the razor and the big blind. Folding is best. Now, can Earl defend with 9-7 off? No, can defend. Jasper takes down the pot uncontested. You see him there moving up. Slightly ahead of Martin G. There's more parity on the button, but Japheth has stayed tight on top with his 1.5 million chips. Pretty much where he started. Started the final table 1.455, so not quite a big gain, but he stayed ahead of the game. Under the gun, Julius says 9-3 offsuit. That's going in amok. Well, the round of Robert Holiday could be time for another open shove. Call me AIPF. You know he's thinking about it. And again, he is all in pre-flop. 10-8 of hearts for Robert Holiday. Folded to him in a hijack. And he's all in. Rotman's got pocket twos. That's just a bluff catcher. The lowest possible pocket pair could be crushed in a range that includes some bigger pairs and all two overcards. This is a very slim call to make. Even if Robert has random garbage in his hand, they're going to be two overs to the pocket twos, which means the pocket twos are never massively ahead. And if they're behind, they are crushed by pocket threes and over. This is a very risky call to make. Very, very little upside for the pocket twos when you think about what you could be up against. I mean, it's so bad even if Robert tables his hand and shows Rotman, look, I have 10-8 of hearts. You still can't make the call. That's how bad it is in this spot. You don't want to bust holding that. It's something you might be desperate with a short stack, but not as a middle stack. In a big blind, Japheth, different story. He can't afford it, but man, it's 825,000. Bro busted into the room, all guns blazing with 10-8 of hearts. Japheth's got 2 6s. This is not how you want to lose the chip lead. I think it's too risky. Risk versus reward there. The risk was to get crippled. The reward doesn't really increase his standing because he's already chip leader. And him taking 800 to get to 2 million busts the player, but doesn't quite get him ahead. And it doesn't happen a lot of times when you have pocket sixes that could be crushed. No. Once again, another Robert Holiday special. All in pre-flop, taking it down uncontested. He's only been called once when Rotman had pocket kings, and of course, that didn't end well for Robert Holiday. But you lose one time, you win the other 10 times. Why not keep doing it? And that is the method to his madness. Next deal already. Robert Holiday's got ace king off. Gotta keep it balanced. All in pre-flop. He asked for the triangle again. Gonna keep doing it till someone mistakenly thinks he's weak and calls him with less. Martin G not gonna get sucked into this. And with the kind of hands they have, it will be in the clear again. Robert Holiday back up to 1 million chips. You know, he had 1 million when he lost the pocket kings, doubled up Rotman. He's back to 1 million now. Easy as you like. Just shove it. This one he shows. Shout out to Don Ferrer, Luis Carvalho, looking for action. What better place to get it than the Metro Card Club? We didn't get action in the last two hands, but Robert Holiday is really pushing the action, and it's been very entertaining. For a change, playing as wild as the shirt he is wearing. Got a few more hands until we go to a scheduled break. Still got 7 players remaining. Nobody really a microstack. A lot of guys bunched up at the bottom with more than 10 bigs. Martin G's got ace 8 of spades. Got 15 bigs, 16 bigs to his name. He opens it to 100,000. If he gets opposition here, he's open from early position, UTG +1. And it's folded around to the blinds. Let's see what they got. Julius has got Jack 10 off. You do not want to play Martin G out of position. Better have the best of your range here. Nobody wants to mess with Martin G. He's going to take this one down. Bad news for everyone. The more chips Martin G has, the more your hopes of a weekend special trophy are going to walk off into the horizon and get smaller and smaller. Now we got Robert Holiday in the big blind. Martin G will be first to act in this one. He will be under the gun. How many times is Martin G going to have ace king? At least the third time in the last 20 minutes. He opens under the gun with ace king offsuit, makes it 100K just like last time. King 9 of hearts for Rotman. Not a great spot with so many players left to act on his left. Hand that stands to be sometimes dominated. But I think the real key here is that there's so many players left to act. So not a great spot. He gives it up. So the rest of the players folded once again back around to the blinds. Jasper's got 6-5 offsuit. Robert's got ace-3 of clubs. He might want to mess around here. Don't blame him. It's a decent hand. He can defend from the big blind, so he makes the call. Ace would be toxic if it shows up on the flop. Here comes the flop. Yep, it is poison for Robert Holiday. As Martin G has top pair, top kicker. Robert has top pair, no kicker. He's checked this one. No donk into flop. That's what I mean. Players hit a strong hand. They don't normally donk into the flop. So Robert is checking to call at the very least. Martin is going to try to take him to Value Town. Robert's going to call. He's way ahead or way behind. If Martin has an ace, he's way behind. If he doesn't, he's way ahead. But he can't know for sure, so I think check calling three streets is pretty much all he can do unless Martin makes this next bet pretty committing. 400k in the pot. Martin's got 585. That's the effective stack. If he makes so much as a half pot bet, he's kind of committing to go all in by the river. Can Robert lay this down? You play an ace, you hit it. Can you fold it? More pressure now for Martin G. Let's see what bet size he has chosen. Look like a stack of white chips. That would be... Nope, it's more than that. 270, definitely committing himself here. Let's see if red flags and alarms are raised. Well, Robert, if you're calling this, you might as well put him all in. But Robert's just going to check call into oblivion here, as certainly Martin G's going to shove. And I don't see how Robert can fold to another 315 after he's put in so much. What bluff is he beating? Because right now, Robert's ace-3 is just a bluff catcher. He decides he's going to beat Martin G into the pot. Or was that just his call from the last street? That was just his call. He might as well beat him to the pot. Unless he's willing to check fold here. I think it's already checked and Martin G's announced the shove. Because, well, I don't know. Robert Holiday maybe hasn't checked. He's just spending a time bank. Yeah, he decides to beat Martin G in the pot. Martin G will instantly call. Robert could not get away from that ace top pair no kicker as Martin G gets him to call all three barrels. Robert fired that third barrel himself. Kind of like swallowing a shotgun. With no cards to come, that is just pure donation. Robert Holiday could not get away from his ace. I mean, at that point, you're better off check calling maybe at the end if you really do not want to fold the ace. That way you catch some bluffs. If you donk into the river, all the bluffs fold. And if you convince your ace is the best hand, just go for the check call on the river. Some scenarios, Martin G might want to check that river behind just to get the showdown and avoid getting squashed by some funky two-pair hand. But that is a big hit, and you can feel the somber mood on this table. Nobody is happy that Martin G has this many chips. It's a disaster for everybody. Not just for Robert Holiday. Martin G has doubled up. Nobody wants this on the table. You gave the best player probably the most chips. You can almost see the thought bubbles on all the other players. It all says, geez, thanks, Robert. Martin G's got like 1 million right now. More than 1 million. He might be chip leader. Folding all around Robert Holiday. Just decide it's one of those Ideka situations. I don't even care anymore. He's all in with 10-7 off. Martin G would probably call him off here. Because he knows steam when he sees it, and this is definitely a steam raise. Martin G's going to call it off with king high. Figures, hey, if I cripple you, I can probably finish you, and he is absolutely correct in this call. His king high is ahead of Robert Holiday, and looks like it's going to be a UTEP two-step to the felt for Robert Holiday, as he might be gone in two hands. First hand, he doubled up Martin G, and this being the second hand, his tournament life is at stake with 10 high against Martin G's king high hand. Gonna need to hit that 10 or 7. 1/3 of the time he makes it. All clubs on the board, nobody has clubs. Chances for chop if clubs keep coming. Uh-oh, gut shot for both of them. King helps Robert. 10 helps Martin. Queen helps nobody. King high holds up. Robert Holiday eliminated with 3 minutes left to go during the into the break. And I am sad to see him go. Robert Holiday really added color to this final table, and I don't just mean his shirt, but his style of play was a very refreshing thing to watch on this live stream. I'm sure Martin G enjoyed taking his tips from him as well. And the bad news for everyone at this table. Now let's start with the good news. Only 6 players left at this weekend special final table. But the bad news, Martin G is the chip leader. Good luck to the other 5. Of all the players who could get those chips, it had to be this guy. And then there were 6. David's done well to hold on to his 1.5 million chips, but that's not even good for chip lead anymore. I believe Martin G may have more than him right. Jaffet might be down to 1.3. Earl is under the gun. Just trying to keep it cool. He was second in command a while ago, but has had some rough patches. Jaffet with a suited ace folded to him, 6-handed. Second in command, 1.3 million chips behind. He's going to race. Makes it 80,000. Julius out of the way with garbage hands. Jasper follows suit. Martin G 4-2 offsuit in the small blind. What we call the unworthy hand. Or you could also call it the e-book. Not e-buck, e-book, which is the reverse Kobe. Rotman with king 8 of clubs. Might want to defend here. Getting 4.5 to 1 on his money. So he does make the call. King 8 of clubs against ace 6 of hearts. Jaffa, that's 8-6. The better hand, the better position. Flop comes 10-4-5. Nobody hits anything. Let's see if it's a check fold for Rotman here. Nope. He's going to donk into this flop. And what do I keep telling you guys about the flop donk bet? Statistically, the best response is to raise over it. Seriously, I don't know why not enough players are raising over this donk bet, but Jaffet, you better recognize, because he recognizes it. You don't need to have a hand to raise over this donk bet. If you are the pre-flop raiser and they do this to you, always consider raising over it, and Jaffet has done it. I mean, you're going to do some kind of bluff. It's harder to pull off. I mean, it's harder to squeeze that trigger, but a check raise, you know, might be more effective than a flop donk bet. All right, well, we entered the break. We got 6 players left. We'll see you in 10 minutes, and we'll update the chip counts. 6 remain in this Metro Weekend Special Final Table.
Michelle! Michelle! Bakit natawagin mo si Michelle? Ses! Si Michelle natawagin mo. Mag-change pipilin ka na. Change pipilin.
Welcome back to the action. You're still watching the Metro Weekend Special 400K Guaranteed Final Table. 6 players left, 370 entries. Came in 2 days ago. This has been playing since Friday. Down to the final day, final table, final 6 players. And the story of the moment is that Martin G now has the chip lead with 1.78 million chips. Ahead of Japet Manalo, who has 1.46 million. And then bringing up the midfield is Earl Mendoza with 760, Jasper with 640, and down at the bottom of the barrel, you got Rotman with 450 and Julius Arculio in seat 9 with 470. So that's the story of the moment. Martin G with the most ammunition, the most experience, the biggest presence at the table right now. One of the top pros in Philippine poker now has the chip lead. And it is 6-handed, which means there will be less room to breathe. And to quote Fisherman Mark in the chat, I guess Martin G will basically take this down. Well, let's see. I will say he's an odds-on favorite. Like, if you want to lay the odds down now and try to take some bets, your $100 is probably going to win $10 if you bet on Martin G because he's too much of a favorite. But never count out these other guys because they are also having their own way. The grinder's experience in them. And there's always a puncher's chance in tournament poker. Accidents could happen. What have we here? For an under the gun limp in by Julius. To which Jasper responds with a raise to 180,000. Remember, the blinds are up 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 BB ante. That's a lot of that money. You see the pot's now 390 as it's been raised. If Julius was planning to limp shove, I'm not sure it's going to work because his stack is not big enough to make Jasper fold. It could work, but he's got to pull that trigger. Not sure why he's limping under the gun. Going for deception? Is he limping to call? He's only got 410K behind. He's going to need to put in 120 to make that call. Going to leave him 290. Going to be like pretty much pot committed. Looks like a misclick by Julius, limping in from under the gun with a hand he's not willing to shove with. Why is the question. If he had read the book, the poker book of Jester Incha, best play would have been to open shove under the gun first hand after the break, as players are rarely engaged enough to make that call and you can steal one. The limping is not going to steal anything. And that is free money for Jasper. Looks like Julius came back to his seat with some bad advice. Let's see if he can course correct and just never do that again. 26 minutes to go. Play the second hand at the resumption of the break. Looks like Rotman didn't have a chance to finish his meal. Break wasn't that long. And this time Jasper's under the gun with King 3 of clubs. Goes into the muck. Way better than limping. Martin G has pocket queen. You got the best player at the table. Nobody's going to argue that, with the most experience. Now has the most chips. And you're going to give him big hands at this point of the tourney. That is trouble for everybody. Martin G with pocket queens here. Plenty of ammunition. He's going to use it. He's already acted. He's asking Rotman to get back into the game. Martin G has raised it. You now see pink chips on the table. Those are worth 50K apiece. And they have gotten rid of the white 5K chips. Martin G's made it 120K. Just double the blind. See if he can get the big blind to defend a wide range. Japheth's probably folding 8-3 of diamonds, but bigger mistakes have been made than raising this. Japheth's been playing it super cool. And Julius will be bamboozled into defending his big blind with 9-7 off. If he spikes a 9 or a 7, he is going to hang himself. There's the 7. Pot committed. He donk shoves all in. Martin G snap calls with the over pair. Perfect result for Martin G. And just a terrible turn of events for Julius, who chosen to defend. Well, he's got a gut shot now. Can hit a 9, 7, or 8. Maybe he gets out of this. No, he does not. Julius Herculio in two hands. Arguably has made two mistakes. One by limping in and giving away that money, and the other by choosing to defend his big blind against Martin G with an awful hand. And he pays for that mistake. We are down to 5 players. And Martin G just got more chips. You know, Japheth, not quite a dark horse here. It's got a good shot to make it all the way to the heads up with what could be Martin G. Japheth's done a really good job of protecting his chips and picking spots. Earl also has been shut down for a while. Martin G at a couple points in this tourney was all in for his tournament life. So within the first few hands of the final table, he was the lowest chip stack at the table and had to double up with pocket 7. And the rest of it has been Robert Holliday's doing. That Martin G takes a break in the hijack. Rotman opens to 150K, pretty much committing himself with his king-queen offsuit. Japheth's got jack 8 of diamonds. Will he like to take a flop on the button against a player who's likely committed? And if Jasper wants to play this, he might as well put Rotman all in. It makes less sense to call this and then check fold, giving free money to Rotman. And there aren't enough chips in play. There are no implied odds to set mine. So I think it's fold or shove here, given the stack that Rotman has behind him. And Jasper has chosen to fold. Good result for Rotman, who takes 120 in dead money. Here we go. Japheth still more or less where he was when he started the final table, 1.3. But Martin G is the big story, 2.2 million now. Peaking at the right time. Yikes. Rotman's under the gun. Down at An inedible hand. Earl, bad time to card that. He's been quiet for too long, and we can't blame him. We saw he's not getting dealt playable hands. Jaffet, meanwhile, has a very playable hand in the cutoff, and he would be attacking the big blind of Martin G here. He makes it 160 to go. Martin G, 10-4 of hearts. Let's see if he's going to take it to another level and try to outplay Jaffet. Of course, Martin G is the one player Jaffet does not want to mess with. When you're second in chips, you don't want to mess with the chip leader. Martin G, though, is thinking the same, like, let's not pick on someone who can really hurt me. Let's pick on some of the middle stacks. Besides, an awful hand, an awful position. So button moves, blinds move. Earl will be under the gun. Will he be continuing his card dead streak? Here we go. Earl will be under the gun. And I can't wait to see what he throws in the muck. He will be chucking King 3 of clubs. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't played for so long. He figures I'll get respect if I raise now. So yeah, he's taking option B. A situational raise from under the gun, and the situation being he's been inactive for so long, he hopes this will get some respect. And if he can just take the spot uncontested, that would be a good result. So Earl is raised with King 3 of clubs from under the gun. Action folded to Martin G. The small blind, Jack 5 of diamonds, but he's got Rodman on his left. A short stack who just might do something volatile. Rodman's probably going to fold this one. Good result. Great timing for Earl to get active and steal one. Most of the time he folded, Earl had great instincts to raise it this time. He's shocked if Rodman calls this, given the stack he has. Rodman gives it up. Earl takes the pot. Ace-Jack has returned to the hands of Jaffet, this time from under the gun. Ace-Jack offsuit is the hand. Shall the raise be? Made it 160 last time. He's made it 160. No, made it 120 this time. A min raise. Jasper with ace queen off. Calling being probably the least optimal play. Maybe worse than folding at this point. So Jasper's re-raised it to 400,000. A stack is a hand you can raise with, but can you call a re-raise with it? Most people might say no. Martin G's out of the hand. Rodman's got King 9 offsuit. Still not done with his meal. Better off going back to it than playing this garbage. Right, so decision will be on Jaffet. You do not want to flat a 3-bet pot at this stage in the tourney. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Earl was still there, but doesn't really matter. With ace-10 off, he can't take this action. Jaffet got to call 280 more and create a pot that commits Jasper to basically be all in on pretty much every flop. So if Jaffet wants to play this, he might as well shove now. But how often is Jasper bluffing in this spot with this bet size? Now with that thought process, All roads seem to lead to folding. Unless Japheth is feeling like he wants to take a flip against pocket tens below. But are pocket tens ever 3-betting 400? Or don't they just outright shove? Quality fold by Japet Manala there. And it's good enough to raise, not good enough to call a re-raise. And just like that, Jasper has taken the bronze position, now got a podium in his sights. As there are 5 players left here in this weekend special, 5 out of 370. Imagine the marathon these guys are running. This final table, 3 days in the making. Jasper freshly reached the 1 million mark here. Can take a break. Having 6-3 offsuit under the gun, no good. Martin G has worse in the cutoff, 5-3 offsuit. And Rotman trying to close out his meal with a drink. Still can't get a hand to play. Rotman gives it up. And we are blind versus blind. Let's see how Earl wants to play this. We know Japhet has no qualms shoving blind versus blind, but this time Earl is first to act. He is raising this to 180,000. Let's see how wide Japhet can defend in a blind versus blind battle. Earl has raised a quarter of his stack. More than a quarter. But it's blind versus blind. It could be anything. Earl could be making a move. Japhet goes another time bank card. I mean, he's been making really good decisions all night long. Quality decisions. And I wouldn't blame him for defending here. Because if Earl can't fire a C-bet, Japhet can take it away. Japhet has done him one better. He's re-raised him all in. I see your steal and I re-steal. And Japhet takes it down uncontested. Earl is in a deeper hole now after that attempt. Stellar play here by Japhet. Blind versus blind. Did not need a great hand to pull that off. He just needed to figure out that Earl was raising quite light. Now you know how he's held on his chip lead. Really good spots. Really good sniping. Staying out of the big trouble hands. Time Martin G's under the gun, sitting on the chip lead still, over 2 million. Rotman with the forever meal, it's like he'll never finish. I mean, he's been eating since the break, and we are almost off to. It's been 20 minutes. Ace-9 of hearts, he wants to play it, but he also wants to finish his meal. What to do? He owes a time bank now, and he only has 2 left. Oh, 3 left. There you go. I mean, I think all in is the play here. But do you really want to bust out before you finish your meal? Just look at the situation. Folded to you, suited ace in hand, your shortest stack at the table. Why not just shove? Might want to do something funky like bet half his stack. But that's so much better. All in. Maximum pressure. And it's going to work out. Nobody can stand this heat. And now Rodman has gained a little bit. Now Earl on the respirator with 7 big blinds, a little bit over 7, close to 8 big blinds. Lowest man on the totem pole here as there are 5 players left in this Metro Weekend Special final table. Happening at the Metro Card Club in Pasig. If you've never been there, that is the poker mecca of the Philippines. The Metro Card Club, home of Philippine poker champions. That's not a tagline, that is a fact. And that's one of them right there, Martin G. Born and bred and raised in the Metro Card Club. But he's in the big blind. Rodman's first to act under the gun. It's just napkins. Earl, good time to get a premium hand. Might be the worst of the premium hands, but it's premium nonetheless. Ace Queen of Clubs for the short stack. He's got 7.5 big blinds in the cutoff. This one plays itself. He is all in pre-flop. All that remains is to see if Martin G is going to call him wide. He's got 6-7 of diamonds. 400K to call. Not going to do it. Going to preserve his chips. Earl gets the dead money. And now he's ahead of Rodman. Small difference. 1 steal of blinds and antes. And you move up a position. Earl will be under the gun in this hand. And you want to put together 2 steals. 3 steals every 2 rounds. Just stay ahead of the blinds and antes. If you just steal once a round, you're not doing enough. Rodman with a meal that never ends. Raquel Mendoza says, go for the win, Cookie. Right. Probably railing for Earl, the only Mendoza at the table. And that's him right now under the gun with, oh my God, 3-2 offsuit. The worst hand in Texas Hold'em. Everybody's got an awful hand, which means, unless Jasper, well, just about to say, Jasper can get creative here. Folded to the button, he races with 8-5 offsuit in his hand. Doesn't matter. This is really just a button race. Trying to steal a round of blinds and antes. Hope nobody contests. But can Martin soul read and pull off a 3-bet here? How does he do this? Jasper picks 1 spot to raise, and Martin G's gonna pick him off. That's experience for you. There's a ton of hands that might have value. Martin G is convinced that Jasper does not have anything here. Has he convinced himself? That's his trade secret. But look at this. 10-5 offsuit for Martin G. Doesn't matter. He re-raises Jasper's button raise. And he knows it's uncallable. The leverage is huge. It's going to be half of Jasper's stack. He has picked this off. I see your steal, and I give you my re-steal, and I take your chips. Martin G in a class of his own right now. Baby showed up with candy, and Martin G took the candy from the baby. And these are moves he wasn't making as a short stack, so he's really just playing all his opportunities differently and optimally. Now Jaffet is under the gun with King Nine of Hearts. Probably the only real threat to Martin G right now. Jasper in the cutoff might be better off shoving here instead of getting outplayed, but he's going to try to raise again to 200,000. Let's see if Martin G is going to abuse his power. He three bets them. I mean, if he raises this again, if I'm Jasper and he re-raises me again and I fold, I'm going to have to ask him later if I can buy a tell. Okay, Martin's not going to do it. I don't think Rotman's going to do it with King 4 of Diamonds. He is short stacked, 390,000. That's the test. 6.5 big blinds. If he can get through the small blind, he will be dealt for free on the next 3 hands. So he doesn't have to do this. And Earl will follow suit, folding his big blind, which is 4-3 offsuit. And Jasper gets a little bit of a rebate. And good enough to stay in third. Right down the middle of the field. Average stack is 1.1. Jasper has 960,000. Martin G has the lion's share of the chip. Should be around 5 million chips in play. 5.05, something like that. 5,050,000. Time. It is Jasper Bersena in seat 1 under the gun. He makes it 150,000. Blinds are 30-60. You can see that on the upper left of your screen. Your screens are too small. Well, I'm reading it for you. 30,000, 60,000 are the blinds. The raise is 150,000 from Jasper. Martin G. Gonna have to act now. I'm trying to figure out the issue, but the odd just really sus from the table mic. What is the beef here? Did he string bet? I don't know. We heard him announce 150. They called the floor for some reason. Sorry, I can't piece this together with the garbled information. Got King Jack off. Looks like he put 150 in there, and they're gonna play it that way. Martin G's already folded. Rodman might take a stand with 2 sevens here. Should he or should he not? Rotman has to consider if it's time to shine. Pocket sevens, he's facing a raise of 150. He only has 390. Can't just call this. Bring out the shoe polish. It's time to shine for Rotman as he's moved all in with 390,000. He might get called here, just a Judy call, Jasper. will be taking a flip as he only has to call. Well, not only. It's another 240 to him. He might actually fold. Let's see what he does. As it's folded back to him, instantly calls, and he's gonna put his king jack on the table to try to bust Rotman's pocket sevens, two overcards versus the wired pair. Rotman's tournament life at risk, but he does have the better hand. Put the triangle on the pocket sevens. That is who might be busting out if things go south here. Sevens are slightly ahead. They stay ahead, two aces on the board. Good news for Rotman. The turn, that's still pretty good. He's got aces up, aces and sevens. Jasper's only got a kicker until the river, where River's better pair. End of the line for Rotman. I'm only glad he got to finish his meal before his tourney ended. But that's all he wrote for right now. Rotman will finish in 5th place as Jasper Rivers, the superior pair, and catches up to beat the pocket sevens. He will take all of Rotman's remaining chips. We are down to 4 players. You can see the payouts right there. And for all 4 players, I believe they do get satellite seats for the Philippine Poker Millions, which plays on the 3rd week of August at the Metro Card Club. And just like that, the blinds will be rising in the next hand. This hand has already been shuffled and riffled. They're going to deal it and still play 30,000, 60,000. But the next hand will be 40,000, 80,000, as you see on your screens. 30 minutes for blind level. We are at level 29. Officially. And I believe Martin G. No, Jasper's in the big blind. Just hasn't posted it yet. Rotman will leave with an unused time bank and an unfinished drink. But yet another good run for the wily Metro veteran tournament grinder. And we now join the action to see the remaining 4 players at the table. All right, Rotman finally wraps the table and exits. Don't think you're allowed to hang around after you bust. Not a home game. More ruckus here. But I don't know if Earl wants to make a move with this. Nope. And it's blind versus blind. Jaffet has done splendidly in these situations so far tonight. He has done very well in blind versus blind situations. Never given a walk. Never given up his big blind either. This time it's a new route for him. He just completes it. Calls the 30K. Jasper wraps the table. We're going to take a flop. Jaffet versus Jasper. Jasper's out of position and out chipped by Jasper. But the flop brings trouble. Jaffet has the middle hit. Jasper has the top hit. See if Jaffet will check and call one. He's actually going to lead out here. Neither player has initiative because it was blind versus blind. They completed. Jasper checked the option. And it's the first real bet into the pot. Jasper will flat with his top pair middle kicker. Jaffet needs to spike 2 pair or trips. That's not going to help. Ace showing on the board. This might go check, check. Let's see how Jaffet chooses to play this. Not likely that Jasper has an ace in hand. Could use this to his advantage. I like this. It's more likely that Jaffet is hiding an ace than Jasper has one. So he puts a lot of pressure here. 220,000. Big boy bet, threatening the stack of Jasper. Wow. I mean, Jaffet is on tonight. Taking that ace as an opportunity to take the pot away. What a great read by Japet there. So sure that Jasper could not have an ace in that spot. Makes him fold a better hand. Got ourselves a baller at this table. New deal, and it's folded to the blinds. This time it's Jasper versus Martin G. Jasper looks like he's just completing. It is 80K, sir. The blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 BB ante. Martin G can check his option, but why would he when he's got pocket tens? Jasper's actually raised to 160. This is great for Martin G, who can re-raise and take the dead money. Or if Jasper wants to tangle, Martin G's got a great hand to tangle with. I don't see him flat calling here. It's blind versus blind. There's a lot of junk in the raising range of Jasper, and Martin G's would be just happy to take it down right here. Re-raise, take it down. Another pot for Martin G with some jelly on it. You're not gonna crack this guy with this chip lead. You're gonna have to get a really good run to put a dent on Martin G. Getting good cards, and he's making no mistakes. Earl on a lifeline here. Short a stack at the table after being second when he entered for what seems like eons ago when we started the final table. Javit's under the gun. Not gonna play 8-6 off. Suit Jasper with Jack 7 off. Gonna take a break. Blind versus blind. It's Martin G with 6-3 of diamonds against the short stack. Sometimes you want to give the short stack a walk. Jeez. Look, if the short stack is card dead, he's gonna give up everything. And so Martin G has decided to flat call the small blind. Interesting choice. Must be very confident in his post-flop play. Try to get a short stack play. And the short stack is hit. Martin G has no piece of this. Meanwhile, Earl has top pair, no kicker. That should be good enough for him to take it down. He's SPR1, stacked about rages 1. Martin G's going to probe into this, and he will find that the answer is a re-raise all in. It's really not likely that they both hit the king. So if you're Earl and you hit the king, just got to go for it. There you go. Earl has made his play. Martin G cannot call with 6 high, and this should be the end of it. In hindsight, which is 2020, might have been better to put pressure on the short stack with a min raise. But also, it's not all the time Earl hits top pair there, so Martin G's line also takes it down using the texture of the board. As a scare, 3 scare cards for the blind. More reasons for him to fold. So either line could have taken the chips, except that in the second line, Earl gets a chance to hit the flop. And he did. Hello, first pocket aces of the night. And Jasper's got it under the gun. In the dream scenario, He races this and the short stack shoves all in on top of him. Let's see if that happens. 100. Might have under raised there. So the dealer is binding him to a call. Wow. Wow. Crazy mistake. Jasper just threw in less than half of the legit raise. So the dealer binds him to just the call. He's ended up calling 80,000 under the gun, which means if no one else's raises, the player in the big blind will see a flop for free. Might be a blessing in disguise though for Jasper. But if Earl caught the action, he should know that Jasper was in fact trying to raise, and that's why Earl is going to take his chances here. Just calling 40K with Queen 10 of clubs. Jaffet can wrap the table and take a free look at the flop. It's not a great look for the aces, but they hold up a lot of the time. You see 78% of the time they will hold up. And right now they're looking good because Earl has flopped top pair. And that might be the rope that he uses to hang himself. It's monochrome. 3 hearts on the board, but it's not often people flop flushes. He's got to go with his top pair here. Might fire a small portion of his stack. Looks like 140. 120. It is 140. And for Jasper, he doesn't have a heart in hand. He has to shut this down right now. He does, puts Earl to the test. And Earl's got a replay pre-flop. Jasper was trying to raise. Did Earl catch that? Jasper raised the wrong amount. Did he catch that? Nervous players make those kind of mistakes, and nervous players have great hands. Jasper sensing this is not good. He's got the top pair. Who would shove on top of him? That was trying to raise pre-flop. Rooting for Earl to catch all of this action and get away from this hand. Can he? It's an unraised spot. He bet top pair and it's been shoved on top of him by Jasper. Awesome read by Earl. The man is paying attention, and he had saved his tournament life with that fold. Cheers to Earl. He is the shortest stack at the table, but that was no easy fold. Holding top pair as the short stack is always really tough. Success though for Jasper there. He did get extra tips. A lot of extra tips on that flop bet. I've lost count of how many times Martin G has had ace king at this table, but he's got it again. This time he's under the gun. Four-handed. He's raised to 160,000. Jasper, will he defend a big blind with Jack 4? No. So it's an easy pot for Martin G, who now moves up to 2.4 million in chips. See the disparity there. A couple of guys right smack in the middle. Average stack is 1,387. 2 guys have 1.4. And bottom of the barrel with 400,000, 5 big blinds, is Earl Mendoza. Earl's got an ace in hand. He's under the gun. You gotta go for this, you think? No shoe polish, just a bit of a rag and an ace, but he's gonna try to shine with this hand. He's all in for 400,000. Might get a courtesy call here. from Jasper with his king queen offsuit. Not much to call. He can afford it. He makes the call. Let's see if Martin G's going to come along for the ride. He's got ace four of hearts. I think he will be coming along for the ride. 320K to call. But with a raise, shove, and a caller, his ace could very well be dominated. So getting 3-1 odds on his money. But he's got to play a side pot with Jasper. And the pot's going to be bloated. It's going to be 1.2 million if he calls here. Martin G makes the disciplined fold. And it's going to be ace deucey against two Broadway cards of Jasper. Ace deuce belongs to Earl Mendoza. His tournament life is at risk, but he is ahead, very slightly ahead. Not a lot of aces left in the deck. Martin G folded one, but he's hoping he won't need it if the board is all blank. No picture. It's a good flop for Earl. Martin G would have hit the 4. Jasper needs a picture card. Uh-oh. Now he definitely needs a picture card. Any jack, queen, or king, and he wins. But there are so many other cards that are not picture cards that help Earl double up. The river is, oh my goodness. It looked like a straight, but it's not. And Earl with ace high will double up. He is now right there with Jasper, sharing the back of the pack with 960,000 chips. Nice double up for Earl. Martin G could have taken them both, but you really can't blame him for folding ace 4 in that spot. So now there is no clear short stack. As Martin G is the chip leader, and the other three are just basically jockeying for ICM position right now. Great double up by Earl. Pocket queens for Japhet under the gun. This is the first real hand he's been dealt all night. See him make something out of nothing a lot. This time he's actually got something. He's raised it to 160,000. Jasper's got a suited ace deucey. Let's see if he goes nuts with it or just flats to take advantage of his position. It's just a call on the button. So we're definitely going to see a flop. And Martin G and Earl are out of the picture here. Japhet with the pocket queens. He's out of position, but he's got initiative against his opponent, and he covers Jasper. Now Jasper only proceeds when there are 2 clubs on the board or an ace. Let's see what happens. Will he proceed with a deuce? He spiked a deuce, which does not put him ahead of Japhet. But he could get sucked into calling 1 bet here, because there's also a club on the flop, so there are running outs to Jasper's nut flush draw. Jasper has a pair. He's ahead of other ace-x hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-king, that type of thing. So Jasper has reason to call here. He's going to call the 100,000 bet. Little does he know his pair of 2s is no good. There's that second club. Jasper might be hanging here. More rope for the gallows. Japhet can now really bet for value here. All the flush draws and straight draws will call. All the pairs will call. Pot is 720. He can go max value here. He's just trying to take a bite. Only 300,000. And this is callable for Jasper. With 12 outs, getting more than 3-1 on his money, but what a disciplined fold. Giving up on the nut flush draw. Wow. That is not an easy laydown. Might be a spot you just want to go flat out on. Nice fold though by Jasper. He read it right. Wasn't as good as it looked because his pair of twos wasn't beating anything. The decision you make, and if you decide you're not ahead, you get out of the hand. You really want to save your draws for spots where you can survive when you miss. And in that situation, he could not survive if he missed. Still four-handed, final four. Playing this final table of the Metro Weekend Special, 400K guaranteed, final day. As the dealer deals, let's talk about a weekday special coming this week from August 4 to 7. The Metro Weekday Special, 500K guaranteed for buy-in of 2,200, multiple re-entry. Starting chips, huge, 20,000. There are 25-minute blinds, a lot of info on the Metro page. Just check it out, but you gotta know, this week, August 4 to 7, there will be a Metro Weekday Special. Starts Monday, ends Thursday, 500K guaranteed. A lot of day ones to play with. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are the day ones. Thursday, final day. Well, we're flopping here. Dealer called the floor. I missed the reason why. Oh, because it's all in. Jasper's all in. Martin G calls with ace-jack. Snaps him off with a dominating hand. Jasper thought he was going to take a last stand here with a decent ace-high hand, but Martin has ace higher. Jasper's tournament life at risk. He might be finishing fourth. He needs that 6. Oh, 2 9s and a 4. He can go for a chop. A 4 will chop. A 6 will win. An ace does not chop because the jack kicker plays. But higher cards will chop. No, it does not happen. Ace jack. The jack kicker will play. Jasper is eliminated in fourth, which means Earl Mendoza has laddered up and is part of the final 3. He's got a podium finish to show after being short stacked for quite a bit. And surprisingly, Jasper is out in fourth. 3 players left. And pretty decent stack for Earl. He's not that far behind. Japheth has been super solid. Great decision making. Nursed his stack. His chips are still in great condition, and he might withstand this onslaught by Martin G. But Martin G has been busting people. Peaking at the right time. The obvious favorite to take this evening's tournament. But there's always a shot. Earl's the dealer button. You're 3-handed. He's got 9-7 of clubs. Is it time to turn it up? The blinds are 40,000, 80,000. Yes, less than 10 bigs. Gotta find a better spot. Make it blind versus blind. This time Japheth will have to play Martin G. Japheth has won all his blind versus blind confrontations. Even ones where he was behind, he's managed to win. Gonna play this one slowly with just a call. Let's see what Martin G does here. He's got Japheth out chipped. Got the card advantage. If he checks his option here, he's hiding his ace. But if he senses weakness, he could take this right now. Senses weakness with a completion. He's made it 250, uncallable as he is bloating the pot. What separates the weekend warriors from the regional international champs. How do you finish? How do you close? You got the chip lead. You got it down to 3. How much heat can you take? How much heat can you apply? Martin G has applied a lot of heat here. And now on this black flop, we're going to see the quality of both players. Jaffet checks his queen eye miss. Martin G can continue with a gut shot. Ace high is also ahead as it stands. Pot's bloated though. Martin G is going to play it cautiously. And that 10 showing up. Your scare card. Either player could have a 10. Creates some straight possibilities. 2 flush draws now have shown up. Another clue here. Jaffet could lead out because Martin checked the flop, signifying nothing. Jaffet cannot pull the trigger here. That's an opportunity there. He did not take it. If Martin G checks again, Jaffet will be firing the river. G is going to try to get the showdown with ace high. Expect Jaffet to fire here. He only has queen high, cannot win a showdown. But he's been in a spot like this before where he decided to just check surrender. Will he try to take the pot or is he done? Guarantee you if he checks here, Martin G is checking behind to go to showdown with ace high. And so Jaffet, the last ditch stand. Martin G now has to go to his soul reading skill. All the bluffs bet here. But all the straights and flushes also bet here. Not likely Jaffet has a flush draw. He might have bet the turn. To Martin G, looking at the 300k bet. Is it something Jaffet is willing to lose? Martin J gonna use time to figure this one out. He's got a bluff catcher. He's blocking the nut flush. Hero call, hero raise, or fold. This is quality poker here. Martin G picks off the bluff. Wow, he's on a level all by himself. Jaffet has played this one fairly well, but Martin G just played it better. Good bluff, but better call. Martin G takes a nice bloated pot there with ace high. Welcome to the big leagues. You're dominating your rec league and you cross over to the pros. This is what happens. Jaffet Manalo play this one really well. It's just 2 good players playing poker there. Maybe Jaffet could have bet sooner. He might have missed that bet on the turn. It might have been a better opportunity because the river has so many bluffs betting. And the value hands tend to check call. And that's what Martin G figured out. Suddenly coming alive there. It was nuts or air for Jaffet, and Martin figured it out. Also, he did ask him a question. And sometimes you just don't want to respond. Your response might give away everything. Another round here. Jaffet raises the button with King Jack offsuit. Martin G decides to apply max pressure here, but he's going to walk into Earl's pocket queens. He had the right move against Japheth. I don't think Japheth is calling for his tournament life with King Jack, but Earl is going to do it with pocket queens. So Martin stepped on this one. Japheth's going to get a pass here. He gets every reason to. He can now step out of the way. And if Earl's hand holds up, which it will 80% of the time, he will put a dent on Martin G and surge ahead of Japhet Manalo. Japhet gives it up. He's going to watch the fireworks play out. Martin G's got a 2-outer. Pocket fours are way behind Earl's pocket queens. So although Earl is all in for his tournament life, he is way ahead. He could be reeling in a pot of 1.6 million at the conclusion of this hand. Let's see what kind of sickness is in store on the board. 80% of the time, the queens will win. Gonna take a minor miracle. 4 or a bunch of spades. It is none of the above. In fact, another jack counterfeits Martin's hand completely. Not that it matters. He can only win with a 4, and there's only 2 4s in the deck. And with the river, everything looks clean so far for Earl. The river is clean as a whistle, and Earl will double up. He's now second in command. He is now ahead of Japhet Manalo. There you see the standings. Martin G ahead of the pack, half the chips in play. Only about 5.5 million. G in command, but Earl is the dark horse, surging ahead. And Japhet Manalo is no slouch. He's played super solid, made great decisions. Watching the final 3 players here. As the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000, we will probably play that in the next hand. As the dealer had already. No, they should play it right now. Yeah, there we go. 50,000, 100,000 are the blinds. They are fighting in a phone booth as the blinds go higher. Martin G steps aside. We are blind versus blind. Earl looks down at Jack 8 off. Does he give walks? Got Japhet out chipped. Yes, sir. The pink tips are 50. He completes. Japhet can check his option here or put pressure. Don't see that he has 760K unless he's hiding pink chips. Oh, there it is. Stacked behind. So he's all in for 860. Love this move. Guy completes, can't possibly call. Japhet once again. He's a shark when it's blind versus blind. Unsinkable. And he's taken that one. Earl's going to have to rethink his strategy. Japhet's game in blind versus blind situations is just on point. What moves to Earl? Japhet has lost exactly 1 blind versus blind confrontation. That was against Martin G. When he fired a river bluff, but Martin G read his soul and called with ace high. Other than that, he's done very well blind versus blind. Well, now that we're 3-handed, it's going to happen a lot. soon as Earl folds this, we are again BVB. Jaffet with 8-5 of diamonds against Martin G. Would be a first if he gives him a walk. Gives him a walk. Respect. Does not want to create a bloated pot, play out of position against Martin G because he knows Martin G will defend super wide, which means the only move Jaffet could make there that has guarantee of success would have to be a huge bet. And even that doesn't guarantee success. So he gives Martin G a walk. That is definitely a change of dynamic. As I said, the poker table, chips travel clockwise. So if you're going to target a player on your right, not a player on your left. Jaffet on the button, King Jack offsuit. A round ago, he raised this. And players went all in and had to chuck it. Gonna try it again here. He has to. The move, he's got 1,000,000 chips. Close to 1,000,000. All in this time, he cannot be outplayed. Just wants to take the blinds and the antes and close the gap between him and Earl. Martin G's out of the way. Earl's got Jack 7. He is not going to blow his stack on that. The fold, Jaffet takes it down. He is neck and neck with Earl as they try to chase Martin G down. It's going to be an epic battle. I mean, how fitting. We started the final table. Jaffet and Earl were the chip leaders. Martin G was at the bottom. The chip leaders are still in the game. And Martin G has outlasted everyone else to swim with these two. And in fact, leads both of them. If anyone would have bet on these three players being the last three seeded, it would have been an easy bet at the start of the final table. These are the three you would pick. Martin G on the button, similar move, all in, maximum pressure, take back the blinds and antes. As he knows, with these players being even, neither of them would want to bust ahead of the other. They would be really careful. So Martin G can actually steal from both of them because both of them are looking at each other with maximum ICM pressure. Do not want to bust right now. A good chance Martin G's not going to want to make a deal at this point. He's in great shape to take the whole thing down. Now Earl has the button. He can make the same move and just keep everything even. Well, a little bit different for him. Decided to just raise to 250. And Martin G can defend very wide. But it's 4-3 part of that width. 4-3 offsuit in the big blind, facing a raise from Earl. I don't know. Martin G asking what your stack is. Might not be because he wants to know. I mean, he's got enough experience to look at your stack and know how much you have. Sometimes players ask just to hear how you respond. And they pick up cues from there. You know, if you're confident, a little shaky. Well, success. Every time a player in the button has raised, he's taken it down. So we are still where we were a round ago. Two players with 1.3 million and Martin G with 3. We're rounding off, of course. They don't exactly have 1.3 million each, but just close enough. Jaffet on the button. This one you might not want to raise with, especially not all in, as you are definitely beat if you get called. See if Jaffet wants to stay active. Well, it's all in. He wants to stay active and not get called and not have to play flops. And this is going to work out. Well, it's a mirror match right now, as every player on the button has raced and taken it down uncontested. Nobody cracking, nobody breaking stride. Button race, button win. Jaffet has definitely decided he's not playing flops with Martin G. Not yet, anyway. New deal, this time Martin G on the button. Let's see if the trend continues. Nobody will let up. Martin G, King 7 of clubs on the button. Not folding this. I want to mix it up with a flat call. Let's see. $200,000. Click raise. Ooh, Earl. Not only can he defend, he can offend. He can go over the top with this one. And he has. I think that's the optimal play there. All in over the top of Martin. Might not be willing to call 1.3 million lightly. And so that is a break in stride, as the button did not win that pot and in fact donated to Earl's cause. Earl now surges ahead of Japet Manalo. And Martin G looking a bit more vulnerable, having less than 3 million chips. Look at these players and trying to do a fatigue check. None of them look really tired. You don't see that body language of players who are just ready to call it a night and looking for just opportunity to get out of the table there. All looking pretty locked in. Blinds are still 50,000, 100,000, 100,000 BB ante. The only free deal is the button, and Earl has the button. Gets to act first. King 8 of diamonds. One of those hands. You're not going to lay it down. You're at least going to limp it. Let's see. He just caught Martin G giving up on a min raise. Will he now min raise and forced to give it up? It's more than a min raise. 210, 60,000. Jaffet cannot call from the small blind with this garbage. Cannot call, but he can raise. Wow, Jaffet. Uh-oh. I'm just going to say, Jaffet, nice timing there. And good decision normally to go all in there, as mostly Martin G will get out of the way. But Martin G has ace-jack of diamonds, which is a monster three-handed at this stage of the tourney. Martin has called. He's caught Jaffet shoving very light with queen 4 offsuit. However, the hand will win 1 in 3 times. If he hits the queen or a 4, he's ahead and will stand to double up. He's got 5 cards to try to catch a queen or a 4. And here we go. Tournament life of Japet Manalo on the line. Martin G has him slightly behind. Martin G's got the ace-jack of diamonds. Flop has that 4. And now Japet Manalo is ahead of Martin G. There are no diamonds on the board. So no flush was going to happen. It's going to be Martin G now trying to catch He needs an ace or a jack. It is not there, but the river five. Wow, the river five will counterfeit that four. Fortunately, does not happen. Japhet Manalo doubles up. And now Martin G is down to 1.6 million. Japhet Manalo is back in the driver's seat, 2.5. It is a volatile situation, but that is what poker players have to live with when they try to close a tournament. There's always a chance your guy you're trying to bust will double up, and you always gotta face that fact and take that shot. Martin G took a shot, swing and a miss. And Jaffet, not quite a home run, but he does get on base there with that double up. Puts Earl back at the rear of the pack. Wow, the wrong move at the right time. Gotta credit Jaffet Manalo though for just never resting and taking that opportunity. He had Earl read right, just could not foresee Martin G would be calling behind him there. But he did spike what he needed to spike.
1 point,
Thank God. Audio's a little clearer.
so 1.2.
Martin G's got Queen 3 offsuit. He knows it's close. Got 1.6, and Earl's got about 1.4. Just calls this one. They have similar looking hands, but that 8 is a little bit sweeter as a kicker. 10 Jack 4. Got shot for Earl. Not that he needs it. His Queen 8 is ahead here. Of course, it is ultimately Queen High, and Martin bets he can take this down right now. Martin, you see that he's, instead of stealing outright blind versus blind, he's been trying to use flop textures to take it away. Uh-oh. Well, flop texture was great for a bet, but Earl peeled a card with his gut shot, and now is ahead, spiking that 8. Those 4 outs for Martin are not winning outs, they are chopping outs. He is now in chop or lose territory. He cannot win this spot. Well, he can win with a big barrel if Earl gives up on this 8. It's the second barrel, which Martin could have easily fired with a pair jack or 10. Can Earl hang around with what's essentially bottom pair? He's faced 2 bets now. Can he take this second bullet? That is a bloated pot. 1 million in the middle already. It's pretty committing. Wow. Remember when I said Martin G cannot win? I was wrong. Martin G showing his caliber again. 2 bullets. Using the board to steal. That's such a great line, but you gotta have excellent read and real commitment to do that kind of stuff. From out of position, too. Martin G makes that look easy. It's not easy. Now Martin G's got the button. Got a little bit of a rebate. The pot that had some cheese on it. Jaffet sitting on a flimsy looking chip lead, but chip lead nonetheless. As we now have only 3 players left and 10 minutes before the blinds go up yet again. Martin G, ace-5 of clubs. Could be a spot to shove out right. Martin G may have lost the chip advantage, but he's still got every other advantage over these 2 remaining players. Like he's bringing that limp back, changing it up here. Oh my goodness. Martin G limped the button with ace-5 of clubs, and Earl just woke up with pocket aces in the small blind. I mean, what great instincts for Martin G not to raise there. And now Earl must raise an amount that he hopes will get at least one player to call. It's so rare for a player to raise from the small blind that you can tell it's a strong hand. That is what limping on the button does. Middling hands will call or even fold. For him to wake up in the small blind with this raise is already saying something. But Martin G, by limping the button, has not bloated the pot. He might want to take a flop. If you can't limp to fold. Uh-oh! Martin G has pulled the button. He pushed the red button at the wrong time. Earl couldn't wait to get his chips in the middle. Martin G went limp shove like it was 1984. And Earl just snapped him off with his pocket aces. It is now ace-5 of clubs against pocket aces. The pocket aces. Hey, the all-in button should be on the pocket aces. It is Earl who is at risk to bust. Martin G still covers him. And with this blank flop, it is pretty much a lock. Only 2 running 5s will save the day, or a full house. Not even a full house on board will do it. It's got to be 2 queens in a row or 2 5s in a row. That's not one of them. Martin G is drawing dead here. He will double up Earl. Martin G suddenly on the bottom, on the outside looking in. He pressed on the gas there. He misread the small blind raise for something that wasn't a powerhouse. Martin G thought he was blocking the ace. And he will pay Earl in full. It is now Earl moving up to 2.4 million. And we know there's about 2 million in the stack of bluffing. Maybe 2.1, 0.2. And Martin G will come with 3rd place chips, 900,000. Wow. Bang, bang sequence. Martin G doubles up both his opponents in the last couple of hands. There you go. Those are the updated chip counts. Now Earl is the chip lead. Stafford's still swinging in there. And Martin G back on the bottom. But he does have 9 big blinds. Wow, what a time to get shoved on when you're sitting on aces. Your mind's racing going, please shove, please shove, please shove. Martin G tried to pull a fast one there, but there was nothing faster than Earl's call. Also on the button, gonna take a break, got 3-2 offsuit. Gonna leave it to Jaffet against Martin G. Blind versus blind. Jaffet covers Martin. Jaffet's got king 10. It's this pretty strong blind versus blind. He announces all in. Martin G's got king 5 off. Really, can he give up on his blinds and antes? I think yes. Only king high. second card is dangling. A 5, pretty useless, but actually in this case, that will be the card that he will need if he calls this. He knows Japheth could be shoving light, but how light? Martin G's gonna have 700k left if he gives up on this, but he will have to pay the small blind. He gives this up. And you know what? This could be a good time to have some ICM discussion because the most dangerous player has the least amount of chips. If you're gonna want to make a deal, you're gonna want to make a deal right now where you have the advantage. Because if Martin G has the chip advantage, he doesn't need to make a deal. He can finish you off. Or they can try to bust him. Tap it on the button with garbage. Try to turn garbage into gold, maybe? Nope. Turns garbage into fold. Martin G, BVB, 650k. I don't see any other move here except a shove. Any race is going to commit him anyway. And it's too strong to give a walk. So that's the play. Earl can call very wide, but this is top of the heap. Ace King of Clubs. Martin G walks into it yet again. Last time he tangled with Earl, Earl had aces. Martin G shoved into it. Now Earl has Ace King of Clubs. Martin G shoves into it also, but this time his cards are live. The Jack and the 10 could hit to put him ahead. Martin G turning life at risk. That is no good. 2 clubs on the board. Not only is the Ace King ahead, he removes outs from the deck because a Jack of Clubs is no longer an out. Any club and Martin G will be drawing dead. It's a 7 of spades. 2 clubs on the board. Ace King still ahead. Martin G has 5 outs on the river. That is not one of them. Martin G's been eliminated. Awesome job by both gentlemen. But also fortuitous turn of events for Earl, who's had the goods every time Martin G came charging at him. And Martin G, a shocking third place finish. But given the cards that have been dealt Earl, we are not surprised. So we are going to be heads up here. Earl against Japheth, the 2 chip leaders when we began the final table, will return to conclude this tournament and go heads up for the crown of this weekend special. We'll be right back. So we are heads up. Resuming the hostilities here. As we're close to the conclusion, but not quite, as both players have similar stacks. Pretty much dead even. 3 million against 2 million. You see there now, closer, 2.3 against 2.3. 2.8, sorry. And yeah, if you're curious to know, the players have gone to an ICM chop, and why not? With the chips being so close together. Earl got the better of it, 85,600 and change. Japheth got 76,800 and change, just about a 9,000 peso difference. But they will be playing for the trophy and 10% of the remaining prize pool. So an extra 18,000 up for grabs. I think it's a good chop. They both minimize their potential losses should they end up finishing second. And they didn't give up much if they should happen to take down the championship. So, great situation, good chop. And off we go to the final confrontation here. Blinds are 100,000 for the next 2 minutes. And it's a shame Japheth didn't want to change seats, so we can't see him in this shot. Earl didn't change seats either, so they will play on from their current seats. Earl has the chip advantage. Earl really just hung on and caught great hands at the right time. Jaffet has been really navigating tougher spots to remain here. And now it's always going to be blind versus blind. Jaffet on the button, small blind. He will click it up to 200. Earl, let's see what his threshold is for defending. Is it 80, 90, or 100%? Well, if he calls this, that means he's threshold is 100% defend. Maybe he only folds 7 deuce. We'll see. No, he is not 100% defending, which means Jaffet will not always have to play post flop if Earl is willing to give up some of his hands pre-flop. It's a license to keep raising the button. Now let's see how Earl plays his button. If he plays it the same way, they will just be swapping blinds until somebody adjusts. So we've already seen Jaffet in the attacking mode. Earl on the button with garbage. Is he also in attack mode? Earl is in attack mode, clicks it up. Hands don't matter on the button. Difference is, can Jaffet more willingly defend his big blind? With this hand, I think he must. So he defends, chucks in the extra 100K. And after the flop we go. 9, 10, 3, nobody is hit. Nobody has any reasonable straight outs or flush outs. It's just queen high gets 8 high at this point. But can Earl take this away with a C-bet? Jaffet has checked to Earl. Both players have nothing. But Earl will bet his nothing. Let's see if Jaffet wants to float. If you always give up on one bet heads up, you are going to get abused. So nobody benefits from playing fit or fold. Jaffet will call with his queen high nothing. And see if Earl will slow down. That's a jack, now an open ender. For both players, actually, they both have open enders, but the queen eye is ahead. Earl not want to pair is 8 right now. You want to pair is 5. Get a 7 for a straight. Jaffet hand. His hand has improved, so he donks out into this one. 500,000. Got the open ender. We say dog bets are usually blocking for draws, but you gotta have the cojones to chuck in a raise. You want to block the blocker. But with a bet this size, it just becomes too tight. Jaffet is trying to look committed here. 1.4 in the pot. He has 1.3 behind. A good choice here by Jaffet. Oh boy! Earl has taken the fight back to Jaffet. He's made it 1.2 million with his open ender. Ultimately just 8 high, but he has found the raise button. He's recognized the donk bet for what it was as a blocker, and he's blocking the blocker. Tough choice for Jaffet. He's got an open ender. He's being asked to give up on it. 700K. for a pot of 2.6. Not quite the odds that you need for an open ender. He's gonna need 4-1, and he's a bit short. Actually, he needs 5-1 to call this open ender, but the queens are outs too. And you know what? He's ahead, actually. That's the awesome part of this move by Earl. Jaffet was not only drawing a superior straight, he was ahead with queen eye, but Earl took that away from him. What a brilliant display of play over play for both players. Earl showing a different gear here. Been pretty conservative the whole night, but this one is for the championship. It's championship play. See if Jaffet can bounce back. Earl has now built his lead. Got Jaffet in the corner. One more pot for Earl, and he could go for the knockout punch. Might be a bit early to try to swing that punch right now. One more small to medium-sized pot will put Jaffet deep in the corner. Jaffet has to take this next pot. He needs this next pot, or else he's being set up for a KO. Blinds went up. That never helped. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000. I believe the players have decided to also speed up the clock. We see 10 minutes on the blind clock. They better pause that clock if they're going to move players around. We might see that clock push back. They finally decided to change their seats. See the tech team follow suit and read hands from seat 4. That's something they should have done before they started heads up. They're looking for extra time bank cards. Chop it on the button. He's got exactly 10 bigs. Jack 2 of clubs. Probably play one more flop. Nope, he's just gonna go max pressure from here on in. Earl can actually call with his hand. That all-in range is quite wide. King high might be enough to win this. But if it doesn't work out, he's back to square one. Jaffet can double up to 2.8. It's not a must call, but it can be a call. Not quite yet. It's too soon to try to go for the knockout. You want a guy like behind like a 4-1 disadvantage, and it's not quite there. It's just a little bit under 3-1 right now. Reason I say you need 4-1 is if it fails, you're still ahead 3-2. But if you try to bust a guy with like a 3-1 advantage, if it fails, then you're even. And you don't want that. When you try to swing at a guy to bust him out and lose, you still want to be ahead at the end of it. So 4-1, you try to knock a guy out. Earl with ace-10. Can play it straight and raise it. Can go for max pressure. More conservative to shove it. Or can limp and try to induce a raise. A lot of options. He goes for the less swingy option, just to go all in, which usually just wins the blinds. But in this case, Jaffet might call. Yep, he's going to go for it. Queen Jack of diamonds is good enough. Going to be swinging for his tournament life. Ace-10 is currently very slightly ahead. Jaffet's tournament life and the championship might slip away here. He's got the Jack Queen of diamonds. He is behind and he is at risk. Earl, wait for that knockout punch right now. Let's see who the board hits. Both have Broadway cards. Complete whiff for both players. 2-3-6 rainbow. Ace high still ahead. A slim diamond draw. Runner, runner, if it happens. And here it comes. Now there are chopping outs with a 5. Winning outs with any diamond, jack, or queen. Japheth looking really good. 17 outs to not lose. River blank. And Earl has taken this away from Japheth. Dodging 17 outs and coming away with this weekend special 400K guaranteed championship. What a game by all of the last 3 players. Excellent game. Good runs from all the other guys at the final table, but ultimately it is Earl Mendoza coming away with this win. Calling it a night here for the Metro live stream. Thank you for watching. More thanks for sharing, and thank you to the players for giving us a great show. We'll see you soon on the next final table. This is Coach Ron signing off, and shout out to Jester Incha. Hope to see you soon on the next live stream. Good night or good morning.
Aray ko naman.